Hello. I'm gonna do a usual test, see if I'm not muted. Okay, bit of a delay, that's fine. So, today I'm going to finish, hopefully, all of the subclasses for the Sorcerer, Warlock, and Wizard, which I've counted. There's one missing hit on the Sorcerer here, but there are exactly 30 left. So, I mean, well, I guess there's we went so far, so, but yeah, without further ado, let's get started. So the first off is Sorcerer. As you can see there's currently 7 on that list, but there's actually 8 official Sorcerer subclass. One of them is published quite recently. In fact, it's published in the Dragonlance book, which I don't know too much about. But thanks to that, I believe this tier maker was made prior to that release. So what I'm going to do is I have a separate icon here that has no labels on it, and I'm going to use that as a placeholder for the lunar one. Sounds good. Alright, so what are we looking for a Sorcerer subclass? So Sorcerer is a spellcaster, arcane spellcaster, much like the Wizard. They're both very squishy, and they both basically have squishy as in they have very low health and they have no proficiency in armor, so they tend to have much lower armor class when they're not reliant on magic spells such as magic mage armor or shield. So the difference between the two, then the Wizard is spellcasting ability modifier, or the ability they use to cast spells is intelligence, whereas a Sorcerer is charisma. So then what you have to look at is also the Sorcerer knows a lot less spells. In fact, I believe the maximum they can know is about 15 without counting extra spells they've learned. So, whereas a Wizard can learn a lot more spells and prepare some of them every day. Turn the music split. But the Sorcerer then has these things called sorcery points, which allows them to manipulate spells in different ways, such as changing the damage type, making it go further, or what else is there? Making it affect 2 person at a time, so etc. What? No, I said 20 already. So making it quickened, that's another famous one. So the only problem is sorcery points, much like the monk's key point, doesn't recover. You don't have a lot of them and doesn't recover very fast. You have a number of sorcery points equal to your level. So it starts at, you gain that at level 2, so it goes from 2 to 20, and you only gain them back when you finish a long rest. However, you can also turn spell slots that you currently have into sorcery points, and vice versa. You can turn sorcery points back into spell slots with a complicated table I'm not going to explain, but you can only do it up to 5th level, I believe. So it's not a complete. It's not like a way to gain a lot more high level spell slots. So, what I want to look for in a subclass for a sorcerer is extra spells is obviously pretty good. Versatility for spells is also good because of how little spells sorcerer knows. They often lack versatility, especially in outside combat. So a lot of the spells tend to be a couple trick pony basically. So what they do have is a few more cantrip, but that doesn't affect it all too much. The other thing I want to look at is how does it make the sorcerer unique in a sense, and how does it make it differ further from a wizard. So aside from the flavoring, the sorcerer gains their power from their bloodline or etc., or something to do with the innate person, whereas a wizard learns how to cast spells, as well as the fact that charisma helps you be a better socializer. What other benefits does these subclass provide to this particular sorcerer to make you want to choose a sorcerer over a wizard? That was a bit of a mouthful, but I hope you understand what I meant. So, the first one is Aberrant Mind. So, Aberrant Mind is the third psionic subclass. The other two being Eldritch Knight and Psi Warrior? No, not Psi Warrior. Soul Knife, that's called. Not Eldritch Knight. Yeah, Psi Warrior was the... oh my god, I'm getting... Psi Warrior and Soul Knife. My bad. Yeah, so this is the third kind of their attempt at making psionic characters in the form of subclasses. So you gain these powers from a fair number of sources. You could have suffered a first-hand encounter with something from the far realm, which seems to be where all the psionic power comes from, or the astral plane as well. Or you could have gained them naturally. Whatever the case is, you basically have psionic powers. And what does that come with? So, sorcerer and warlock, as well as cleric, all have the unique status of gaining this spell subclass ability at level 1, as opposed to level 3 for most other subclass. So, in 5e anyway. So at first level, you gain some new spells. Hey, I was talking about this. So, you gain a number of spells that's more psionic based. So these are, I'm not going to list all of them out. So you gain a free cantrip, that's always nice, damaging cantrip, and you get a bunch of spells that's a lot, I would get to say tentacly and like mind reading, etc., and that kind of thing. But what is very interesting is that every time you gain a sorcerer level, you can replace one of these spells you learn with a different spell of the same level. So, for example, the first level spell, Arms of Hadar. You can replace this with a different first level spell, but with the condition that it is a divination or enchantment spell from sorcerer, warlock, or wizard's list. Now, I do have the list of spells that you can choose here. I'm not going to show it, but there's a lot of spells that sorcerer might not usually get access to. What if I just cross out the sorcerer? Yeah, so spells like Hex, or you can learn some ritual spell. But although sorcerer can't use a ritual spell, that's something people tend to forget. Tasha's Hideous Laughter, that's another spell sorcerer usually don't get. You get at higher level, for example, Locate Object. You get even Modify Memory at the 5th level, etc. There's options there, basically. That's what I'm trying to get to, and it adds a level of spell choice complexity that's not typically found in sorcerer, which already bumps it up quite high, I think, honestly. And specifically, divination enchantment classes helps you be better at, this whole scrying, mind reading, telekinesis, telepathic, and those kind of spells, mind control, etc. So if you want to be a social, if we want to get versatility outside combat with a few mind tricks, these are some good spells you can get. Also, you get just telepathic speech. One of the better ones, I would say. Well, maybe I don't exactly remember because they all kind of get jumbled. So, as a bonus action, you can choose one creature you can see within 30 feet, and you can telepathically communicate with each other while the two of you are within a number of miles equal to your charisma modifier. To understand each other, you must mentally speak in the language you know. Last a number of minutes equal to your sorcerer level. And there's no limit to how much you can do this. So, the distance is probably except for a few higher level spells. At first level is probably the best way to gain very far-reaching telepathic ability. Nothing super special, but it's always good to have some stuff like that, especially if you want to communicate plans in secret. At 6th level, you gain Psionic Sorcery, which is one of the coolest ability I've seen, which is when you cast first level or any higher spells, you can cast it either through the spell slots, or you can instead spend a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level. So obviously, as I mentioned, you don't have a lot of sorcery points. So 6th level, you have 6 sorcery points. But what this does is, if you use it as a sorcery point, it requires no verbal or somatic components, and it requires no material components unless they're consumed by the spell. So that means you can cast off a mind control spell, perhaps in the apps without anyone knowing in public. As such, the sorcery consumption is very high, but this effectively give you one of the. Oh, I didn't even talk about meta magic. Yeah, that's what I mentioned with this. Oh, I didn't mention that you use the sorcery point for those stuff, but you choose a few meta magics to do, which is the spell manipulation that I was mentioning, and this basically gives you one of them for free, essentially. The silent. It's a bit. The silent meta magic. I can't remember the exact name. But yeah, it's a bit more costly. But hey, it's a free meta magic, so who cares? You are also at 6th level resistant to psychic damage, and you have advantage on saving throws being charmed or frightened. Psychic damage is always I don't know how rare it is, but it's always good to have a resistance. Advantage and saving throws, that's fine. Charm the threaten. 6th level, that seems about right. If it's a bit higher, then I would say it's a bit weak, but this is probably a decent level to get it. Okay, then at 14th level, you have Revelation in Flesh. You can unleash the aberrant truth hidden within yourself. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 or more sorcery points to transform your body for 10 minutes. And for each sorcery point you spend, you gain 1 benefit, and you can use up to 4. So the first, so you can choose 1 to 4 to gain 1 to 4 of these ability. So you can either see any invisible creature within 60 feet that's not behind total cover. You can gain a flying speed equal to your walking speed, and you can hover. And there's some disgusting body horror description to it. So like your eyes turn black, or become tendrils, or your skin glows with mucus and stuff. But yeah, that's more cosmetic than mechanical. You can also gain a swimming speed equals to twice your walking speed, and you can breathe underwater. And your body, along with any equipment you're carrying or wearing, becomes slimy and pliable, so you can squeeze through a space as narrow as 1 inch without squeezing. You can spend 5 feet of movement to escape from any non-magical restraints or being grappled. Which, they're all very disgusting and body horror-y, and I love it. Yeah, as a bonus action, spells, there's a great way to use sorcery point outside combat. It's not very expensive as well, and the versatility of letting you choose, I think it's pretty good. I love this ability. And finally, at 18th level, you get a Warping Implosion. So, as an action, you can teleport to an unoccupied space you can see within 120 feet of you. Immediately after you disappear, each creature within 30 feet of the space you left must make a strength saving throw, or they take 3d10 force damage, and is pulled straight to the space you left, ending in an unoccupied space as close to your former space as possible. And on the pass, they take half its damage and isn't pulled. You can't do so again until you do a long rest, or if you spent 5 sorcery points to use it. The sorcery point is a bit expensive, but it's always good that you can reuse high level ability with known resource. The damage isn't great, but it's a great way to do escape. Great way to teleport out there, although at that point you probably have better spells for escaping. Misty Step is a very low resource cost. Top of my head, Dimension Door probably has a larger. Thunder Step as well. I don't remember if you know Thunder Step, but I don't remember the damage in comparison. But it's serviceable. It's not the best feature it has, I would say. So overall, where would I put this? I would say it's pretty high, honestly. It takes all the things I was talking about. It gives you new spells, gives you versatility outside of combat, and it's definitely giving you some ability that you would not be getting from anything with the wizard would give you. So yeah, it's definitely. I don't think it's in an S, but it's definitely in an A. Okay, I'll put it close to upper middle rather than high, just because the last ability is okay. Let's put it there. Alright, the second of the Tasha is the Clockwork Soul. Now, this might be a bit confusing if you don't know about this subclass, but basically Clockwork Soul are magic from this plane of order. So everything there is about orderly, mechanical, balance, that kind of stuff. So as per the previous one, you can know some spells. Great. It's all more protective, and so you get stuff like Alarm, Protection from Evil and Good, Lesser Restoration, Dispel Magic, Freedom, Movement, War Force. Well, that's, yeah. So protective, restorative, that kind of spells. But like before, you can also replace it with a different spell. This time, of the same level. This time, Sorcerer Warlock was it a spell list as well, but an abjuration or a transmutative spell, which is a much larger list, I would say. If I cross out anything from the sorcerer, you now can learn extra spells such as Arm of Agathis is always good. There's what else is there? Arcane Lock, if you want to do that. Remove Curse, Magic Circle, Fabricate, Stone Shape, etc. But basically, yeah, transmutative and protective spells, which, yeah, you can probably guess. Yeah, it's a much larger spell list you can choose from, essentially. And you also gain another ability, Restore Balance, which is much better than the other ability for the Aberrant Mind, I would say. The first, you basically, when you see a creature within 60 feet of you, roll a d20 with advantage or disadvantage. You can use your reaction to prevent it from being affected by the advantage or disadvantage. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. And you can get them restored after a long rest. So, that's pretty good. If your friend's getting attacked with advantage, cancel it out. If someone's rolling a saving throw with disadvantage, take it out. That kind of stuff. Yeah, so with more spell list than the Aberrant Mind, as well as the first level. The first level, as well, this ability is better than the Psychic Communication ability. First level seems better than Aberrant Mind. 6th level, you get Bastion of Law. So you, as an action, you can spend 1 to 5 sorcery points to create a ward around you or another creature you can see within 30 feet. That ward gives a number of d8s equal to the sorcery point you spend, and whenever they take damage, it can expend a number of those dice to reduce the damage taken by the total of them. So it's like a bit slightly more random choice of the Abjuration Wizard, which we'll get to later. But yeah, so it's fine, but also because of how little sorcery points you have, turning those into d8s is such a it's a surprisingly unlawful thing. It's quite chaotic, isn't it? The ward could take out 1 damage, or it could take out it could withstand a critical hit if you roll high enough. So yeah, I'm surprised it doesn't really fit the theme. I would have given the ward like for the sorcery point times exactly 5 or something like that. I think that would have fit a lot more. Well, overall, but yeah, a good ward is always good, but I don't think this is the best way to use your very limited sorcery points. Plus, you can only use the ward until you finish on. Well, no, the ward goes away until a long rest. Okay. At 14th level, you have Trance of Order. So you gain the ability to align your consciousness to the endless calculation of Mechanus, which I guess that's the god of the lawful realm. I don't know too much. I should stop talking. But as a bonus action, you can enter this state for 1 minute. So for the duration, attack rolls against you can't benefit from advantage. Very cool. And whenever you make an attack roll or ability check or saving throw, you basically can't roll below a 10. And you can use this once per long rest or spend 5 sorcery points. This is very cool, very, very awesome. Basically makes you a mini beast for 1 minute. Essentially, yeah. If you find any high level spells that requires an attack roll, this would be perfect to have. And yeah, this almost feel like it should be an 18th level ability, just from how powerful it seems. But let's see what the 18th level is. You got Clockwork Cavalcade. Gee, damn. As an action, you can summon spirits in a 30-foot cube originating from you. These spirits basically give the following effect. Restore up to 100 hit points, divided as you choose among any number of creatures you can choose in the cube. Any damaged object entirely in the cube is instantly repaired. Okay. And any spell of 6th level or lower ends on creature and objects of your choice in the cube. You can use this once per long rest or use 7 sorcery points to use it again. So, one thing about arcane spellcasters like sorcerer and wizard, they are, because of how D&D decided to structure the game, they don't get access to healing for the most part. Healing is purely a clerical or nature based kind of magic. So it's all the rarer to gain abilities that lets you heal other people. So I would say this is a very good ability. But although that's at 18th level, 100 hit points, probably nothing, but it's good for if you are in a situation where a lot of your teammates are down and out, you can instantly get them out with this. So where would I put this? It's very similar to the Aberrant Mind, but the question is it better or worse? So first level is better, definitely better here. 6th level, I would give it the edge to Aberrant Mind. The one here is not very cool. 14th level, what was the Aberrant Mind had the body manipulation one, and this one had the god mode. The ability manipulation, revelation in flesh, is a lot more versatile outside of combat, and it utilizes less spell points, whereas this one uses a bit more sorcery points, although you can use it once for free. But it gives you this, turns you basically for one combat into a very powerful person. And 18th level, I'll give the edge to sorcerer Clockwork. And 14th level I'd say is about the same. So I would just give the edge to Clockwork, I'd say. Yeah. I think overall, if you just compare a cleric character, aberrant minor clockwork sorcerer, compared to the gloomstalker there, it's probably the sorcerer probably is going to be more powerful than the gloomstalker later on. Although I think overall the design of these subclass with respect to the class is better at the top. So to remind you, I think the pinnacle of A is a very good spell subclass design with respect to the class, and anything that goes to S I think is overtuned and a bit too overpowerful. Yeah, so that's how I'm trying to rate these. Or it's either that or how I'm feeling on that particular day. Sorry, I got a bit of a nose block. That's why you can hear me sniffling a bit. Next one, Divine Soul. Now, everything I talked about, sorcerer, knowing more spells, knowing gaining the ability to heal. How about we just make the sorcerer a cleric? This is what Divine Soul is. So you gain divine magic, so whenever you learn spell, you can choose from both the cleric and this sorcerer spell list, but otherwise you still know a fairly limited amount of spells, up to 50. But in addition, you can choose a source of your power, either good, evil, lawful, chaotic, or neutral, and you gain a respective spell from it. So either cure wounds for good, inflict wounds for evil, bless for lawful, bane for chaotic, and protection from evil and good for neutral. That one doesn't count against your sorcery spell now. So I'm of two minds, alright? So this infinitely gives you way more options than any other subclass. It more than doubles your spell list. On the other hand, you still only know a fairly small number of spells, and you can only change them out whenever you level up. So your versatility isn't exactly going to be great, but you can do a lot of things. You can heal, you gain access to powerful clerical spells for combat, such as inflict runes. What else is there? There's the spirit guardians, etc. Usual suspects. You get access to revivify. Those are always good. Yeah, so I would say it is superior to the other spell list, just purely on the fact that of how much stuff you get and how much options you get when you build a character like this. But other than that, you also get favored by the gods. So if you fail an attack saving throw or miss with an attack roll, you can add 2d4. You can roll 2d4 and add it to the total. You can do this once per short or long rest. So that's before they come up with the brilliant idea of letting you reuse sorcery points to reuse the ability. But 2d4 is very good. It's basically getting double guidance off the cuff of the roll once per short rest. So very good so far. 6th level, you've gained the empowered healing. So whenever you or ally within 5 feet of you roll dice to determine number of hit points, you can spend 1 sorcery points to re-roll any of those dice, and you can use this only once per turn. It's okay. I would wish that you would get more rather than just simply getting a chance to re-roll dice. Especially this becomes less useful as you get to a higher level, where healing spells are more of a fixed number than rolling dice. So take that as you will. Then you have otherworldly wings. You can use a bonus action to summon wings. When you have those wings, you have a flying speed of 30 feet, and they last until you are incapacitated, you die, or dismiss them as a bonus action. So there's also a bit where, depending on what alignment you choose, the wings changes form, but that's fine. I mean, flying speed, I mentioned this almost every later video. Not my favorite thing to exist just because of how TTRPG exists, but in the video game, if we're playing like Baldur's Gate 3, that's a different story. Also, is my music gone? Where is my music? Oh, it's just okay. It's just transitioning to a different song. Cool. All right. So, where was I? I have my video on the back. I was wondering like double audio. Anyway, for 18th level, you get an earthly recovery. So, as a bonus action, when you have less than half your hit points, you can regain a number of hit points equal to half your hit point maximum. You can do this once per long rest. I mean, because of how squishy you are, that's pretty cool. I like how they don't just fuck about. They just say, yeah, if you're like, if you're at like, if you have a maximum of 100 hit points and you're on 49, you just go to 99. Sure. But because of how squishy you are, it's probably easy to tip you up with a good high-level healing spell, but it's always good to have another resource to heal yourself. So overall, Divine Soul, where would I put it? Its spell slot versatility is definitely higher. Although I would say your out of combat versatility probably won't be as high as the other two, just because they have by nature more spells prepared at a time. Whereas here you can choose more spells, but it does have some good healing abilities. The Favored by the God is probably what is fairly good. I would probably put this just above the other two, but not probably at the top of A. Damn, Sorcerer have been having bangers. Too bad the actual subclass is not. The actual class is not very good, I would say. I'm just not a fan of the sorcery point mechanic. How they implemented it. Yeah. There. If you ask me another day, I'll probably put that at a different position, but for now it is there. I like how I'm trying to justify all my choices. I don't know, it's my list. Fuck off. Anyway, back on topic. Next up we have Draconic Sorcerer. Now, everyone's very excited about Draconic Sorcerer in Baldur's Gate. I haven't had a chance to play with it. That's why I'm doing this tier list is on the TTRPG rather than the video game. So, in this game, in the TTRPG, you choose from what dragon's ancestry you have. There are, I believe, 10. So, the chromatic, which usually associate with the evil god Tiamat. is black, blue, um, gold. No, sorry, black, blue, green, red, white, which gives you acid, lightning, poison, fire, cold breaths. Whereas you also have the chromatic sorcerer, which are associated with the good god. What's his name? Oh gosh, I don't know. There's another 5-headed dragon god. That's good. And chromatic is the brass, bronze, copper, gold, and silver. Now, how does brass, bronze, and copper look? There's just different shades of like metallic gold to me. But maybe it's just me. So that gives you as well fire, lightning, acid, fire again, and cold damage. So weirdly enough, there's no poison equivalent for the metallic one, but yeah. So you choose that, and that will come in later. So, but in the meantime, you know Draconic, and you have advantage. You have proficiency is doubled when you make a charisma check against interacting dragons, which is a very interesting ability that I don't know how many people actually have used before. You also have Draconic Resilience. Your hit point maximum is increased by 1. Good, you're not squishy. And increased by 1 again whenever you level up in this class. And additionally, your AC becomes 13 plus your Dex modifier. Good, you don't need armor anymore. So yeah, so this addresses the squishiness of the sorcerer. You notice there's no extra spells there, which is a bit of a bummer, but that is how it goes. Elemental affinity is you get at 6th level. So whenever you cast a spell associated with your draconic ancestry, so whatever type you chose at the start, you can add your charisma modifier to run 1 damage roll of that spell. You can also spend 1 sorcery point to gain resistance to that damage type for 1 hour. So honestly, best choice would be fire. Choosing a fire spell means you can add your charisma modifier to a fireball or fire bolts, and also you can gain resistance to fire, which helps you in a lot of sense. I'm not saying the other abilities aren't good, but the D&D seems to much favour fire damage more than anything in terms of spells and enemy damages. 14th level, Dragon's Wings. Oh my god, again with the wings. So you get flying speed equals your current speed as a bonus action. Yeah. I'll repeat my same speech as I have for the Divine Soul. Yeah, this is fine. I'm not a big fan of it in TTRPG because it's inherently a 2D map board, but it will be fine in a video game. 18th level, you gain Draconic Presence. So as an action, you can spend 5 sorcery points and exude an aura of awe or fear, and for up to 60 feet. So for 1 minute, or when you lose your concentration, each hostile creature that starts its turn within this aura must succeed in a wisdom saving throw or be charmed or frightened by you, and if they success is immune to this for 24 hours. I wish they let you, the later design, they would have definitely let you use this off once for free and then use sorcery points to draw on it again. So that's a bit of a down. At this point, charm or frighten, eh. You you can probably cast just like the fear spell. I don't know if you know what it is, or hypnotic pattern, and that would always be better. But yeah, draconic sorcerer. Considering how much importance they put into choosing damage type, the only way it actually came about is on 6th level, where you can add damage to a spell, which isn't very even if you don't know beforehand. If you chosen a acid dragon, you would have not gotten a lot of spells you can use, and yeah, you gain resistance to that damage. I don't think it's a very well designed subclass, I'm not gonna lie, but it's cool to have. It's cool points maximum, but mechanic points, meh. I would put it among the C range. Even not, yeah, maybe like that. Alright, now we have not Shadow Mage. We're bringing this one up, this unnamed character. The Lunar Sorcerer. Hang on, where is... There we are. Luna. There we are. Luna. So, Lunar Sorcerer is the newest spell. You gain magic from the moon, which is a big thing in Dragonlance, apparently. I don't know about Dragonlance. And the phase of the moon affects you in some sort of way. So you learn a lot of new spells. So when you finish the long rest, you can choose either full moon, new moon, or crescent moon phase, and depending on this phase, you can learn different spells. So the full moon spells are more abjuration and divination, mostly abjuration, I believe. So like shield, dispel magic, lesser restoration. New moon is all about necromancy for some reason, and enchantment. So you gain ray of sickness, blindness, deafness, vampiric touch, confusion, hold monster. And crescent moon is all about illusion and mostly illusion, transmutation, color spray, outer self, phantom steed, hallucinatory terrain, and mislead. While in the chosen phase, you can cast one first level spell of that phase without spending a spell slot. So one free shield, one free ray of sickness, or one free color spray. Yeah, you know. So is this better than the other two? It's hard to say. For one, you have more spells technically of 15. Technically 15 more spells, but there's more, 5 more spell at a time. But you don't have the extended options offered to you like the other two, where you can really customize your own character. But you also know you have Moonfire. You learn the Sacred Flame spell, which is fine. It doesn't count as the sorcerer cantrip, you already have a lot of cantrip. And when you cast a spell, you can target one creature or two teacher that is 5 feet within each other, which might happen, might not happen. It depends on how combat's going. Alright, 6th level, Lunar Boon. So depending on what phase you are in, you can affect your meta magic feature. So again, full moon is abjuration and divination, new moon and enchantment and necromancy, And Crescent Moon is illusion and transmutation spells. So whenever you use meta magic on a spell associated with that phase, you can reduce the sorcery points spent by 1. So for minimum of 0. So you can reduce this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. So for example, let's have a look. So for example, if you want to, I don't know, twin a Ray of Sickness, so you cast Ray of Sickness on 2 people, this would normally cost you 1 sorcery point. But if you, because it's a necromancy spell, if you are in the new moon phase, it will cost you nothing. You can do this. So that's pretty cool. It definitely helps you save up on your proficiency. Save up on your sorcery points a lot more. Not by a whole bunch, but nonetheless, you are saving up. Saving up precious sorcery points. All right. So next up we have the 6th level. You also have waxing and waning. So as a bonus action, you can spend 1 sorcery point to change what phase of the moon you are. You can now cast 1 first level spell from each lunar phase without expending a spell slot, providing your current phase is the same as the lunar phase spell. Is that the exact same as the ability you had before? Am I just misreading it? No, I'm not misreading it. It's unless there's a typo here. I'm a bit confused on this ability, but you seem to be always able to cast a first level spell of that associated phase without using a spell slot if you're in the same phase. But maybe it's just saying you can, if you change your phase this way, you can do that as well. Okay, that's fine. 14th level. So while you're in a lunar embodiment phase, which is the phase, you also gain an ability based on what phase you're in. If you're in full moon, you can use a bonus action to shed bright light up to 10 feet. In addition, you and creatures of your choice have advantage in investigation and perception check while in the bright light. So you can use that fairly usefully in exploration. New moon, you have advantage on dexterity, on stealth checks. In addition, while you're entirely in darkness, attack roll has disadvantage against you. Great, that's useful both in and out of combat. And finally, Crescent Moon, you have resistance to necrotic and radiant damage, 2 probably later game, but usually fairly powerful damage abilities. Yeah, I mean, add some versatility to the phase you choose. Makes you more motivated to perhaps choose a full moon on a new moon when you're outside of combat. Alright, 18th level. You are, again, depending on what phase you are, as a bonus action you can tap into a special power. Or also, as part of your bonus action to change your lunar phase, you can also immediately use these powers. So, if you're in the full moon, you can radiate moonlight. Creature within 30 feet must make a Constitution saving throw, or be blinded until the end of next turn. One creature in that choice you can regain 3d8 hit points. New moon, you momentarily emanate gloom. Each creature must make a dexterity saving throw or take 3d10 necrotic damage, so more damage than leave. And have its speed reduced to 0. You also become invisible until the end of your next turn. Bird chirping. Or until immediately you make an attack roll or cast a spell. So that's pretty good. Oh, that's an ad. That's an ad. Hang on. Give me a. I think I forgot to loop the music and then played whatever's next on the playlist. Hang on. Give me 2 seconds.
You know you need the right tools to make.
That's also an ad. Yeah, okay, fine. I didn't realize I can just turn the music off with my tracker. But yeah, that's fine. Okay. Anyway, where was I before I was so rudely interrupted? Oh, make sure I got this on loop. Right, I was talking about not my why Luna. Yeah. So new moon. 3d10 necrotic damage, speed reduced to 0, and you become invisible. Okay. Crescent moon. You magically teleport to an unoccupied space within 60 feet. You can bring along one willing creature within 5 feet of you. You teleport to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see within 5 feet. In addition, you and that creature gains resistance to all damage until the start of your next turn. You can do this one for a long rest. Oh, you spend 5 sorcery points. Okay. Overall, I do think it's slightly overtuned. It does feel like 3 subclass in one. But is it more well designed or powerful than the other subclass I mentioned? I wouldn't say so, just because it's probably just slightly it's very close, I think. But the Lunar subclass has some good abilities there, but I think the Clockwork and Aberrant is better design. Also, the spell regarding spells, there's a lot more. I prefer the ability to choose over the ability to have more. Technically, I don't know how to explain it. Technically, yeah, you know 15 spells here, but you only know 5 of them at a time, compared to the other two where you know 10 spells, and you can substitute those spells for other spells you want to flavor yourself. I would prefer the method of the Clockwork Sword and Aberrant over these design. With that in mind, I wouldn't put it too far below. I'll probably just put it like here. Oh, along with the not that. Along with that. I realise I have to move it now every time I put something above it, which is going to be annoying, but that's how I've decided to go about it, and hopefully there's not a lot more above that than A then. Alrighty. Next up we have the Shadow Sorcerer. So, Shadow Sorcerer. Your power comes from the Shadowfell. which is like a emo version of the real world. You have dark vision up to 120 feet, and whenever you reach, and as part of this, when you reach 3rd level, you know the darkness spell, which doesn't count against your spells known, but you can also cast it with 2 sorcery points instead of a spell slot. And if you do it that way, you personally can see through darkness created by that spell. I love it and I hate it, just in the same way I love and hate the Devil's Sight Darkness combo. It's very powerful, but it, again, much like the Assassinate Rogue, it encourages a very solo style, which if you're playing a solo game, more power to you. But in a team game, you just basically say, unless you just corner off one creature that you can that you decide to handle. Otherwise, your teammate won't be able to see that creature as well, and they, yeah. So that's my opinion on that. You also have Strength of the Grave, which means whenever you drop to 0 hit point, you can make a Charisma saving throw to drop into 1 instead. You can't do this if you got hit by a critical hit or radiant damage though, and you can do this once per long rest. It's very interesting to have this ability, which a lot of the other subclasses tend to put at fairly high. This subclass just say, hey, you can have this at level 1, just with some caveats. Yeah, interesting design choices, but I respect it. You also have 6th level, you get Hounds of the Ill Omen. So basically you can summon a magic hound with 3 sorcerer points that is equivalent to a dire wolf, which I'm not going to go through the ability. It's a CR1 creature, but the size is medium and the monstrosity instead of the usual dire wolf, which is a larger beast. And has a temporary hit points equal to half your sorcery level. You can move other creature as a difficult terrain. Takes 5 force damage if it ends inside an object. And the hound automatically knows its target location. So you summon the hound to target one specific creatures instead of just having it out. It can make opportunity attacks. On its turn, it also moves to the target with its most direct route, and it can only use the action only to attack its target, which for dire wolf you would be looking at a bite of 2d6 plus 3 damage with plus 5 to hit. So not very high, but it's having a decent summon essentially. Additionally, when the hound is within 5 feet of the target, it has disadvantage on any saving throw against any spells you cast, which that's really good. The hound disappears if it's reduced to 0 hit points, or the target is reduced to 0 hit point, or after 5 minutes. Yeah, so that's pretty good. Summon the creature. It's not very powerful, but it has 37 hit points usually, plus your temporary hit point you can give it. You can probably heal it as well, or some of your teammates can heal it. You can heal. Yeah, I think the most powerful ability it has is the fact that the creature then takes disadvantage against any saving throw of spells you cast. That's pretty powerful, I'd say. So then at 14th level you gain Shadow Walk. So you gain the ability to step from one shadow to another. So while you are in dim light or darkness, you can magically teleport as a bonus action to another place you can see that also has dim light or darkness. Very good. But at 14th level, at will teleport, that's basically, that's pretty good. but not as impactful as it would have been if it was lower level. I'd say that. 18th level, you can spend 6 sorcery points as a bonus action to transform into a shadowy form. You have a resistance to all damage except force or radiant, and you can move through objects as if they're difficult terrain. You take 5 points. Basically, you become your hound. You can stay this within for 1 minute, or ends early if you're incapacitated. If you die, you can or if you dismiss it as a bonus action. So yeah, basically 5 sorcery points to become resistant to all damage. Kind of solves the squishiness problem, but at level 18, at that point you've probably got it sorted. 6 sorcery point, not 5. Sorry. You can't use it once without free as well. Not very good, especially at level 18. So, where will I put this? I think it's definitely better than the Draconic, but I don't think. Probably somewhere low B, I would say, for this one. Yeah, limit lower mid B maybe. Like there maybe. Right. Storm Sorcerer. So, what is a Storm Sorcerer? You have the power of elemental air, basically. You can read or write, speak Primordial, and first level you can use a bonus action to cause Whirling Gust of Elemental after you cast a spell of first level or higher, or before after you cast that spell. It allows you to fly up to 10 feet without provoking opportunity attack. So for some reason people think this is a melee class because of this ability, so you can go up, hit someone, and then cast a spell and fly away. I don't think so. This is more, I think it's probably designed to be, if someone comes up to you, you can cast a spell and also drift away and then run away without worrying of getting hit. That's my thought anyway. Almost like a backward dash as you cast a spell. 6th level, you gain Heart of the Storm. You're resistant to lightning and thunder damage. Great. Whenever you cast a spell first level or higher that does lightning or thunder damage, you get stormy magic erupts from you. This causes creature of your choice you can see within 10 feet to take lightning or thunder damage equal to half your sorcery level. That's alright. So one of the biggest gripe most people have with this, it's just the lack. Wish there is more. They've designed the extra spells earlier. This subclass could have really benefited from having Cold Lightning, which is very thematic for the subclass. You have to deal with Lightning Bolt though for sorcerer, much like a thunder cleric. What's it called? The cleric that's lightning. I have it. Tempest cleric only has Cold Lightning without Lightning Bolt. You also have Storm Guide, so you can control the weather around you. If it's raining, you can use an action to stop the rain for a 20-foot radius. That's more, doesn't really matter. If it's windy, you can use a bonus action to choose the direction of the wind up to 100-foot radius around you. That only really matters if you're, well, it doesn't alter the speed of the wind, but I guess if you're on a ship, that's the only way I can see. So that ability honestly doesn't really come. Have any of you actually had this ability become useful more than once in a campaign? I can see it happening maybe once, where, oh shit, the wind's blowing against you, your travel speed's gonna be slower on a ship. You just I'll turn the wind around. Okay. 14th level. When you're hit by a melee attack, use a reaction to deal lightning damage to the attacker. The damage equals your sorcery level, and the attacker must make a strength saving throw against your sorcery spell DC. On a failed save, the attacker is pushed in a straight line 20 feet from you. So, again, very melee counter-esque, much like the tempestual magic. So if someone runs up to you, you get hit. It causes it to do lightning damage, and they could be pushed up 20 feet away from you. You can then, on your turn, cast a spell on them, fly 10 feet away, and then run another 30 feet away, or how many feet you want. Really, I guess, helping you distance yourself really far from anyone that dares to attack you melee. I guess 14th level, at 14th level you prefer not to be hit by an attack, honestly. 18th level, you have Wind Soul. You gain immunity to lightning and thunder damage. Oh, you know how much I like immunity that you previously has resistance to much. Oh, you look at that Forge Cleric sitting at A. You also get magical flying speed as an action. There's a 30 speed for 1 hour, or any creature within 30 feet of you equal to 3 plus your charisma modifier. The creatures also get flying speed for 30 feet for 1 hour. Whew. I guess having your entire team fly is technically better than having one character fly, on the idea that you agree with everyone. Hey, we're flying in the same altitude, right? We're not all flying at different altitude that we have to calculate for like spell distance and this shit. Oof. Oh, getting me mad thinking about it. Flying speed is way better if you don't consider combat into it. Get it out of my combat. You can fly outside of combat and travel far if you want. But immunity for lightning thunder is very, very common, and that probably push it up a little bit. I was going to put it below sorcerer, but I think I forgot that it had that ability later on. Yeah, I mean, I think mid B. The other ability isn't super inspiring. Lightning thunder damage, you don't really get that much spell based on it. In fact, I can probably look up. Hang on, let me look up all the spells. So, okay, sorcerer, lightning, thunder. Oof, that's not a long list. There's 15 spells in total. 4 of them are cantrips. So, Chaos Bolt, which isn't always a lightning or thunder. Chromatic Orb, I guess Thunder Wave, Witch Bolt, Dragon's Breath, Shatter, Lightning Bolt, Thunder Step, Storm Sphere, Chain Lightning, and Prismatic Spray, which also isn't. Well, I guess it is. That's not a very long list. Oh gosh, what happened to the? What happened to this? Where is the spell? Where is the? Oh, here it is. Just because, yeah, I like the immunity, but just the fact that everything is based around lightning, thunder, isn't all based on that. But you don't have a lot of choices, honestly. You really, really are very one-trick pony. So I was gonna put this a bit higher, but I think honestly, as good as the last ability is, the other ability, unlike the Forge Cleric, the other stuff doesn't really come up to par. Alright. Almost last one of the sorcerer. Would you call... I played this character. This is my second character I played. Would you call wild magic a quintessential sorcerer? One could, and one could not. But I don't. I don't like the design of wild magic sorcerer in this game, and I love it way more in Baldur's Gate for the like 2 hours I was playing a wild magic sorcerer. Okay, here's my explanation of why I dislike wild magic sorcerer. I've probably talked about this on the first session when I was talking about wild magic barbarian. You become a DM asker. You have to ask your DM has to tell you to roll a d20, and every time you cast a spell, so there's not every time you cast a spell you get to roll a wild magic. No. Every time you roll a spell, your DM could ask you to roll a d20. So sometimes he can ask you to. So if you have a DM that don't want you to, you can just get one roll at 1 or 2 sessions. That basically makes you pointless in having all this. So the DM could actually roll 20, and if you roll 1, then you can roll on your sorcerer table. I'm not gonna. There's 50 effects. I'm not gonna list all of them, but the one that always happens to me is for some reason my hair always falls off. I never get anything actually funny, like, well, that's kind of funny to be fair. I never get actually something that's actually wildish, like you turn yourself into a potted plant. That's a famous one. The amazing ones are like you gain all your sorcery points back. You can roll on each in a turn on this table for the next minute. And you cast Fireball on yourself. That's another famous one. I don't know how. When I last played on Baldur's Gate 3, the wild magic list was about 6, 7, 8 effects maybe. They probably expanded it a bit more. I wish they added a bit more crazy stuff. Really make it wild. They probably won't make you do a fireball on yourself, hopefully, because that could just kill you very quickly. Yes, anyway, that's so. You also get Tides of Chaos. Basically, every time you roll an ability check, attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can choose to get advantage on it once per long rest. Or alternatively, so you can, anytime before you regain it, the DM could alternatively ask you to roll on the wild magic surge and table, and immediately after you cast it, you gain the reuse. After you cast the spell on first level, then you can gain this feature back. Again, a second thing that you have here. So basically, what was happening was I cast a spell. I looked at the DM. Can I get my wild magics? And then they say no. I cast another spell later on. Can I use my wild magic? No. Okay, I use my Tides of Chaos. Great. I cast a spell. Did I get a wild magic? Sure you can. Okay, yeah, great. Then, oh well, it'll be like, sure you can. I roll a die. I don't roll one. Nothing happens. Okay. Next turn, I cast a spell. Hey DM, can I roll a wild magic table? No, you can't. But can I get my Tides of Chaos back? No, you can't. Okay. Next time I cast a spell. Can I roll on the magic table? No. Can I get my Tides of Chaos back? Yeah, sure, you can have it back. Okay, then I can roll on the wild magic table. That's why I hate it. You barely get to use it, and you have to essentially ask your DM a question every, like, 1 or 2 questions every time you cast a spell. I hate it. The rules should be more help. Give the DM a help. Like, maybe just say every time you cast a spell, or every 2 spells you cast, you get this title kit. Whatever. Something to make it not at the DM's whims. Alright. Rant over. 6th level, you get Bend Luck. So, when another creature you see make an attack roll, ability, or saving throw, you can spend 2 sorcery points to roll 1d4 and apply the number as a bonus or penalty to the creature's roll. You can do this after the creature roll but before the effect happens. So basically it's a guidance after the fact that happens, but to also saving throws and attacks. So kind of more like a bardic inspiration, I guess, like a mini bardic inspiration. But 2 sorcery point is a lot. I'd say 1 is a lot for 1d4, honestly. 2 is quite a lot. 14th level, whenever you roll on the wild magic search table, you can roll twice and use either number. If I fucking get to actually roll on the table, great, I can choose, but it doesn't fucking matter because I never get to roll on the table. Okay. And finally, at 18th level, Spell Bombardment. The harmful energy of your spell intensifies when you roll damage. You either roll the highest number possible on and roll the highest possible number on any of the dice. You can choose one of those dice, roll it again to add to that damage. You can do this once per turn. At 18th level, okay, at 18th level, 9th level spells, I can cast. What does that like? I can cast a fucking what's that spell called? I'll cast Meteor Swarm, which does 40d6 worth of damage. Oh, hey, I rolled a 6 on one of them. I get to add 1d6 damage to my. It's not good. It's barely anything. It's good that you're adding a little damage to your thing, but at level 18, even if my spell does d12, that's only adding a d12 to my damage. Okay. I don't like the subclass. As again, I have a bit of a gripe. I love the flavor of the subclass. That's why I want it to be good, but it's so poorly designed. Only question is, do I put it in D or do I lump it in F? Let's have a look at what's in D. Assassin, Nature, Sensor, Death. Berserker, Arcane Archer. I'm sorry. My beloved, I love this subclass. It's my second character. I want it to be. I'm putting it F just purely out of disappointment. But I did it. I had good times with this character. And with that disappointing note, we're done with Sorcerer. God. Looking at it, there's quite a big disparity between the good subclass and the bad subclasses. 4 of them are an A, and the rest of them are like B- and below. Oh right. Whereas compare like to the Paladin, there's 6 Paladins in B. Yeah, I don't know. There's always a bit of bias with this thing. So let's move on to the Warlock, shall we? I am currently playing a Warlock / Paladin. I won't tell you which one I'm playing until we get there. But I can tell you the paladin is Ancient's Bargain. That can help. Oh, ow. I hit the mic. Alright. So, what do we have here? We first have the Arc Fae. So the Arc Fae, so hang on, before we start. Warlock, what am I looking for? Warlock is a unique caster in the sense that it's not like any other caster at all. It knows most, like they have 1 or 2 spell slots, but the spell slots are always at the maximum level of, so basically first level you get 1 first level spell slot, second level you get 2 first level spell slots, third level you get 2 second level spell slots, and etc. It goes up to 2 fifth level spell slots, and it goes up to 4 at the end, 4 fifth level spell slots. On top of that, you have Mystic Arcanum, so every long rest you can cast 1, 6, 7, 8, and 9th level spell when you get there. But why do they have so little spell slot? It's because their spell slot come back every short rest. So if you take a lot of breaks in between combat, they always have big spells ready to go. So other than that, they also have invocations. So invocations are the most customizable ability, other than the artificers, like infusions are similar, but I think the warlock one has more variety. So they range, as you level up you gain stuff like we're not going to talk. You gain magic sight, you can see through magical darkness, or you can talk to animal at will. Later on you can do stuff like levitate at will, outer self at will, disguise self at will. Maybe I'll make a tier list on those later on as well, but maybe I'll do that for when Baldur's Gate come out, because that's probably more interesting. But they also just know the same amount of spells as Sorcerer, only up to 15. However, they also have a cantrip that's very infamous. So the cantrip known as Eldritch Blast is the most powerful attacking cantrip there is. The sorcerer and wizard has Firebolt, which does 1d10, and later on you can say, for example, the draconic sorcerer, like a gold draconic sorcerer, can do 1d10 plus charisma modifier. At 5th level it becomes 2d10 plus charisma modifier. 11th level becomes 3d10, and at 17th level becomes 4d10. But the Eldritch Blast is different. The Eldritch Blast is designed so that you get rays of beam, each doing 1d10. At 5th level it becomes two beams of 1d10. At 11th level it becomes 3 beams of 1d10. At 17th level is 4 beams of 1d10. Now, why that's powerful is because there's an invocation that lets you add your charisma modifier to each of the Eldritch Blast. So at 17th level, a fire draconic sorcerer, Firebolt, do 4d10 plus the charisma. A warlock Eldritch Blast with agonizing blast, which is what the invocation's called, does 4 times 1d10 plus charisma. So the difference between the damage of the two is 3 times your charisma modifier, which at that point it should be 20, so plus 5, so 15 damage. And plus on top of that is force damage, which a lot of things resist. A lot of things don't resist or are immune to. So yes, I can write a whole essay on why that's better, but it is. You have to take into account of statistic probabilities and stuff. So, right. So what I'm looking for subclass. So subclasses needs to make sure you have more stuff to do because of your limited amount of spell slots. So it gives you ability outside of those spell slots to do stuff. It should, yeah. I mean that's probably the main thing I'm looking for. So let me have a sip of drink and we'll get started. So the Arc Fae, a strong Fae that formed a pact with you and gave you some of its powers. So at first level, every warlock get this extended spell list, but unlike the cleric, you don't just have them prepared all the time. These are merely spells you can potentially choose when you level up. So it's not as good, but it's giving you more options to choose when you level up. So Arc Fae gives you stuff like Fairy Fire, Sleep, Blink, Plant Growth, Greater Invisibility, Dominate Person, you know, the tricky illusion, enchantment kind of spells. Also a bit of naturing spells as well. So you also get Fae Presence. So your patron lets you, as an action, cause each creature in a 10-foot cube originating from you to make a Wisdom saving throw against your DC. They then become frightened or charmed by you until the end of the next turn. You can do this once per short and long rest. I guess it's a quick emergency charm or frighten. It doesn't last very long, but if you succeed, it's probably a great way to get out of a situation. Oh yeah, and another thing I did mention is the playstyle of warlock can be determined not only by the invocations I mentioned, but also a thing at level 3 called the Pact Boon. So you get 4, I guess, at this point. You get either a tome, a pet or chain, a blade, or the what's the last one? It's like a charm. I can't remember the name. But essentially, each of them gives you a different boon. So the blade lets you summon weapons and unlock invocations that makes the weapon better. So you can play a more melee based character, although it's not very well designed in the TTRPG, except for one option, one of the subclass we'll talk about later. There's the chain, which gives you a pet that you can use for scouting, use for reconnaissance, use for aid in combat. And you get a tome which gives you extra spells you can learn. So yeah, and the charm which gives you like someone a minor like what's it called, guidance while you put them on it. So if you're like, say, maybe what they call the blade lock, someone who chose a pact of blade and is the front line, you can use that charm or fear ability to get out there potentially. Okay, 6th level, you gain Misty Escape. So you can vanish into a puff whenever you take damage, you can use a reaction to turn invisible and teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space. Sorry, got some. Ooh. You remain invisible until the start of your next turn. So You can do this once per short or long rest. So go in, attack, go invisible, get away. Later on from afar, you can Eldritch Blast some folk. Good. Please, that's decent. Beguiling defense. So at 10th level, you are immune to being charmed. Great. Always good to see being immune to being charmed rather than just advantage on charm and frighten. When they attempt to charm you, you can use a reaction to turn the charm back on the creature. Love it. Yeah, so they must make a wisdom save or be charmed for you for 1 minute or until they're taking damage. And finally, at 14th level, you can plunge a creature into an illusionary realm. Choose a creature that you can see within 60 feet of you. It must make a wisdom saving throw against your DC, or on the fail, they are charmed or frightened by you for 1 minute, or until your concentration is broken. Until this illusion ends, they think they're lost in a misty realm, the appearance you can choose, and they can see and hear only itself, you, and the illusion. So it's another illusionary spell, but with a bit more flavouring there. So not very strong, but yeah. One thing I think about charm, illusion, and frightened spell is there's no real progression later on because they're all against your spell DC. So it's not like it's doing anything additional compared to the other one. I guess the only thing is it's 1 minute over 1 turn. Yeah, so 10th level ability I love, turning the charm against person. 6th level Misty Escape is pretty good. Basically, but the amount you can do it is quite lacking. Wish there was proficiency bonus per short or long rest. Yeah, so overall, I think this is a fairly basic subclass. I think I would put it maybe even in the C pile. There's some good things here, but I think it's not as well executed as I would like it to be. But there. All right, the celestial, warlock, celestial pact. Celestial isn't necessarily a god. It's more like an angel, a unicorn, solar, a Kirin, that kind of stuff. So your spell list are all restoring clericy spells. So greater restoration, cure wounds, guiding bolt, revivify. Basically, you can choose some clericy spells. And you also know Sacred Flame and Light. You can also have a pool of D6s that you can use to heal. So you have 1 plus your Warlock level worth of dice, and as a bonus action you can heal 1 creature you can see within 60 feet of you. The maximum amount of die you can spend each turn, however, is equal to your Charisma modifier. So you roll them, add them together, you can restore a hit point equal to that total. Gain all them back during a long rest. So this is probably the best way to heal as a cleric. I have dabbled in this a little before, and the amount of healing you can pump up is okay, but it definitely relieve some attention, the strain from your main healer for the party, let's say. 6th level, you get Radiant Soul. You get resistance to radiant damage. Good. And whenever you cast a spell that does radiant or fire damage, you can add your charisma to one radiant or fire damage roll, which is a lot more common than, say, the lightning and thunder damage for the other for the storm sorcerer. Right, at 10th level, you also get Celestial Resilience. You get temporary hit point whenever you finish a short or long rest, equal to your Warlock plus your Charisma modifier. So at this point, you should be getting something like 15 every turn. Also, you can choose 5 creatures you can see, and they all gain temporary hit point because half your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. So 10-ish. So that's pretty good. That's basically like a temporary buff that's essentially healing over say up to 5 creatures. So let's say there's 4 people in your party. That's still like what, 45 healing you're doing. That's very good. 14th level. The radiant energy you channel resists death. So when you make a death saving throw at the start of your turn, you can instantly spring back up to your feet. You gain hit points equal to half your hit point maximum, and then you can stand up if you choose so. Each creature of your choice then within 30 feet of you then takes radiant damage equals 2d8 plus your charisma modifier, and is blinded until the end of your turn. Which is great because it doesn't. You can blind people without making a save, without them making a save. So, well, the only condition is you have to be down. And yeah, I mean, you can do this one per long rest, but that's a great end. I'll put this near the top of B, I would say. Yeah, maybe there. Alright, I'm actually going to take a quick break. And I'll be right back. I'm back. Did you miss me? Of course you did. Alright. So, we're here to talk about Fathomless Warlock, aren't we? So, Fathomless Warlock, something from within the ocean or from the plains of water. Trigger your most Lovecraftian, like Cthulhu-esque thing, or maybe it's just a deep little sea turtle baby. So whatever it is, whatever it is, you gain some watery spells, as you would expect. You get lightning bolt as well, cone of cold. There's also some really tentacly stuff like Big B's hand, but only as a tentacle. Speaking of tentacles, you also get Tentacle of the Deep, which is which lets you at first level to as a bonus action summon a 10-foot long tentacle at a point within 60 feet, which lasts for 1 minute or until you create another tentacle. When you create the tentacle, you can use a melee spell attack against one creature that is within 10 feet of it. It takes 1d8 cold damage and speed is reduced by 10 feet until the start of the next turn. So it's like a what's it called? Ice, not firebolt, ice bolt. Cold bolt. I can't remember the name. But yeah, anyway, it's similar to a cantrip. I'll say that. When you reach 10th level, it goes to 2d8 instead. And as a bonus action, you can move this tentacle up to 30 feet and repeat the attack. So basically, you have like a spiritual weapon as a tentacle weapons. And you can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain or back at the long rest. You also gain a swimming speed of 40 feet and can breathe underwater. So there's that. Yeah. So. I think these are very flavorful, and I really love those abilities. At 6th level, you also get Oceanic Soul. You gain resistance to cold damage, and when you are fully submerged, any creature that's also fully submerged can understand your speech and you understand theirs. So you can go Aquaman, but only if you are soaked in completely underwater, which is a very weird requirement to have, but yeah, sure. Also, you have Guardian Coil. Your Tentacle of the Deep can now defend you and others. So when you or a creature you can see take damage while within 10 feet of the tentacles, you can use your reaction to choose one of those creatures and reduce that damage by 1d8. When you get to 10th level, it becomes 2d8. Reduced by 2d8. Good. The tentacle becomes even stronger, even more versatile. And at 10th level, you learn Evard's Black Tentacles, which count as a warlock spell for you, but not the number of spells you can know. You can cast it once without a spell slot, and you regain the ability to do so after a long rest. Great. Always good to have. For warlock, it's always good to have spells you can cast that doesn't use spell slots. Whenever you cast it though, you also gain a number of temporary hit points equal to your warlock level, and you can't break your concentration on this spell. Great. I mean, Everett's Black Tentacle is always a fun spell to cast. 3d6 bludgeoning damage and be restrained by tentacle. It's a 20-foot square. Yeah. So at 14th level, you get Fathomless Plunge. So you can magically open temporary conducts to watery destination. As an action, you can teleport yourself and up to 5 willing creatures that you can see within 30 feet of you. You'll vanish and reappear to 1 mile away. 1 feet away would be very, very useless. 1 mile away in a body of water you've seen, either pond size or larger, or within 30 feet of it. Each of you appearing in an unoccupied spot. So you can do this once per short or long rest. So it's a kind of limited version of a teleport spell. You can't teleport very far compared to other spells like Tree Stride or Teleportation Circle, but I guess it's a bit more versatile. The only limitation is you need to see bodies of water, which really depends on the campaign. In the desert campaign, it might be very useless. So, I love it. Except the 14th level is a bit conditional, but all the other stuff is really focused around this tentacle idea. 10th level, Ever Black Tentacle is a good spell, but the Guardian, I love how the tentacle grows stronger with you. Yeah, I think flavor-wise, S+, like, again. Otherwise, I think Warlock probably have a problem with figuring out what to do with their bonus action, and giving them a pseudo spiritual weapon that you can do attacks with your bonus action really helps a lot to maximize their efficiency during combat. Now, I would put this above. Would this be an A? Let's see. What else do we have? Let's put this in high B. What's that? Gosh, these paladins are bunching together, aren't they? Right. Now, is this a quintessential warlock? I guess it is, because it's literally a pact with the devil, right? So anything, it's a bad idea, but no one's stopping you. Make a pact with the fiend. But what do you get from it? Well, you get a lot of fire, poisonous kind of spell. So burning hands, blindness, deafness, scorching ray, fireball, stinking cloud, fire shield, war fire, flame strike, hallow, basically hellish, fiendish kind of spell, as you expect. Also, you get Dark One's Blessing. Any creature, hostile creature, when you reduce any hostile creature to 0 hit points, you gain temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier plus your warlock level. It's an amazing way to help you be more sustainable in battle, basically, especially when you're fighting small critters that don't have a lot of health. That really helps. Yeah, good ability. You also get Dark One's own luck, so you can call on your patron to alter fate in your favor. When you make an ability check or a saving throw, you can use this feature to add a D10 to your roll. You can do this once per short or long rest. That's D10 is very good. A bit more variable, I would say, but yeah, it's like a high level bardic inspiration, basically. Right. Also, at then the 10th level, you choose one damage type when you finish a short or long rest. You gain resistance to that damage type until you choose a different one with this feature. Damage from magical weapons or silver weapons ignore this resistance. So it's just any damage type. So if you're fighting a blue dragon, you can pick lightning resistance, or you can just pick bludgeoning resistance, piercing. The versatility there is pretty insane, considering 10th level you can just choose. There's no limitation on what damage type you can choose. At 14th level, you then get Hurl Through Hell, which is one of the coolest ability names they have. So when you hit someone with a creature, you can transport them to the lower planes, and they will then, on the end of your next turn, they will reappear in a previously unoccupied space. If they are not a fiend, they take 10d10 psychic damage. So it's a guarantee hit, one turn banishment essentially, and if it's not a fiend, they take a decent amount of damage. You can do this one per long rest. Damage it's great. I think this fiend subclass overall, I think it deserves to be in the A. Yeah, I don't know how high in the A, maybe a bit loose. Yeah, so maybe like there. It supports a lot of different play styles, as well as making you very survivable, while the spells you can choose give you... The only problem is you don't have a lot of spell slots to do these instantaneous spells, so you can cast a fireball out, but that's it. There's no long-lasting effects to the site. But overall, damage-wise, Fiend is your guy. Oh right, next we have the genie. So there's a couple of the genies. You have the Earth Elemental Genie, the Dao, the Air Elemental Genie, the Jinn, or Genie technically in this game. The Fire Elemental, the Afriti, and the Water Elemental, Marid. I don't know if I'm saying all of them correctly, but it is what it is. Your expanded spell list depends. You have a list. You have one list of spells that you can choose, and then you have also a different list of 5 extra spells, depending on what genie you picked. So you all get to choose Detect Evil Magic, Evil and Good, Phantasmal Force, Great Food and Water, Phantasmal Creation, and then either Earth related, air related, fire related, or water related spells. Also, you get the Wish spell, which already makes you go, what the fuck? I get the 9th level Wish spell as a warlock? How the fuck does that work? Well, we'll get through that. So, at first level, you get Genie's Vessel. So, you get a magical vessel, which is a tiny object, so either the typical oil lamp, the urn, a ring, a bottle, a lantern, a statuette, or whatever else you want it to be. When you're touching you can either use Bottled Respite, so you can magically vanish and enter your vessel, which remains in the space you left it. The interior of the vessel is an extra dimensional space, 20-foot radius cylinder, 20 feet high, with cushions and low tables at comfortable temperature. You can hear the area around your vessel as if you were in its space, and you can remain in it a number of hours equals to twice your proficiency bonus. So in a dungeon, if you can just hide the ring or something in a secret spot, and then just go in there and have a quick short rest if you want. Any objects left in the vessel will remain there until carried out, and if the vessel is destroyed, every object stored in there harmlessly appears. So it's even like a free bag of holding as well. So I don't know how much stuff you can store within a 20-foot radius, 20 feet high, but probably a lot. You also get Genie's Wrath, so once on each of your turn, when you hit attack roll, you can deal extra damage to your target equal to your proficiency bonus. The damage type is bludgeoning, thunder, fire, or cold, depending on which patron you chose. The vessel's AC is equal to your spell DC, and its hit points equal to your warlock level plus your proficiency bonus. Because the object is immune to poison and psychic damage. If the vessel is destroyed or you lose it, you can perform a 1-hour ceremony to receive a replacement from your patron. You can do this as part of a short or long rest. And if the previous vessel still is destroyed when you, if it still exists, in a flare of elemental magic. Okay. So, well, let's continue before I give my thoughts. So 6th level, you now have resistance to a damage type equal to whatever damage you. Fire and bludgeoning is probably the best one you can go for. Then, as a bonus action, you can give yourself a flying speed of 30 feet that lasts for 10 minutes, which you can hover. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. You know my thoughts on that. I'm meh on flying, but the resistance is nice. 10th level, you get Sanctuary's Vessel. When you enter the Genie's Vessel via the Bottled Respite feature, you can now choose up to 5 willing creatures that you can see within your 30 feet. So if you want to take a short rest with the entire gang, just go in there. At this point, 10th level, your proficiency bonus, you'll probably at some point take a long rest in there as well if you want. As a bonus action, you get eject any number of creatures from this vessel, and everyone is ejected if you leave or die, or if the vessel is destroyed. Anyone who remains in the vessel for at least 10 minutes gains the benefit of the short rest, so you can take an easy short rest. And if anyone can cast your proficiency bonus to the number of hit points. So there's basically a catnap spell with extra bonus, and anyone can add your proficiency bonus to the number of hit points they regain if they spend any hit dice in the short rest. Awesome. 10 minutes you can get all your spell back. That's amazing. But well, it really depends, because sometimes if you can spend 10 minutes in a dungeon, you can spend an hour in a dungeon. But if your DM is not very certain on what's going to happen, just say, hey, let's take a 10-minute break. Have the entire gang come in with you. You get all your spell slot back. Everyone gets health back. It's great. If you can somehow protect your vessel from the outside as well while you're doing this, even better. Alright, 14th level. Now we know what. Now we go back to why there's a wish spell at the top. Limited wish. Your patron grants you a small wish. As an action, you can speak your desire to the Genie's Vessel, requesting the effect of one spell that's 6th level or lower and has a casting time of 1 action. The spell can be accessed from any class spell list, and you don't need the requirement in that spell, including costly components. The spell simply takes effect as part of this action, and you can't do this once you finish 1d4 long rest. So yeah, you get basically a small wish at this point, but this is at 14th level. At 17th level, you get your Mystic Arcanum. Hang on, let me double check if that's correct. Yes, okay, I think I'm correct. So at 17th level, you choose your 9th level Mystic Arcanum. So usually you can choose you can choose from the Warlock spell list, which does not include Wish. Genie is the only subclass that allows you to get Wish as part of it, and you even get a earlier version of a Wish, almost like a cleric's version of a divine intervention, but with a bit more specificity, so you can request what spell you want to cast. So if someone died, you can ask the genie for a revivify without, or a resurrection without, I guess not resurrection, maybe like a reincarnation. Great. I mean, if I don't know if this deserves to be an S. Maybe it's if it's not an S, it's about as close as it can be to S. Ooh. Yeah, so it's literally either here or the bottom of here. I will put it there just because I also put Zalon there. I think Genie, access to Wish, amount of spell class, basically able to hack, big quotation marks, how you can take rest in a dungeon. It's a very very good spell. I don't know if it's overpowered. It's borderlining overpowered, let's say. Alright, I'm surprised something actually made it to the S list since then. Right, 4 more to go for the Warlock. Let's see what we have. So then now we have the Great well, actually, yeah, it depends on how well, what is that? Yeah, Great Old One, technically, yeah, Great Old One. So also a good thing I didn't put Genie at the top of A, because then I have to move the freaking Luna thing. So, Great Old One. It's Cthulhu. Is the whatever unfathomable things that's beyond the fabric of reality. Elder gods. So usually these one weird thing about this is usually for Great Old Ones, your patron basically doesn't even know you exist. You know how in Lovecraftian story you stumble upon forbidden knowledge, and then you gain power. That's kind of it. That's kind of similar to what it is. They don't know you exist. You just got their powers. This is probably. Now, this must be very similar to, like, say, maybe Fathomless, if you want to get a bit of Cthulhu. But, well, let's see how it compares. Because all the the spells you get are more, like, kind of psionic E-based. So, Dissonant Whisper, Detect Thoughts, Clairvoyance, Black Tentacles, Telekinesis. Also, first level, you get Awakened Mind. You can telepathically speak to one creature within 30 feet of you. You don't need to share a language to understand, and but the creature must be able to understand one language. So, this is sounding very, very similar to Aberrant Mind Sorcerer. So, in that case, that's probably better because you know more spells at that point, and also the two psionic. The telepathic ability kind of differs. The Aberrant Mind Sorcerer has a much larger distance, while this one you don't need to share language. So I don't know how often that comes into play, but sharing a language, but without them being just someone that can't speak languages at all. Alright, 6th level, you get Entropic Ward. You magically ward yourself against an attack. When they make an attack roll against you, you can impose disadvantage on that roll. If they miss you, your next attack roll has advantage. If you make it before the end of your next turn, you can do this once per short and long rest. It's okay. The disadvantage is way better than the advantage. Just because yeah. Technically, you don't want to be hit at all, but if this was proficiency bonus per turn. Not per turn, sorry, per long rest, or even better, I think. But once per short or long rest, it's okay. Fort shield at 10th level. Your fort cannot be read telepathically by any means unless you allow it. So this is kind of similar to the Mastermind final ability as well. You have also resistance to psychic damage, or whenever a creature deals psychic damage to you, they also take the same amount of damage that you do. That's such an interesting ability. Yeah, basically, don't do it to me, or you. It's like a battle of what's the word? Attrition, something attrition. Sorry, my vocabulary is not up to scuff. Battle of. I'm trying to look it up. Anyway, you know what I mean. It's like a enduring battle. It's like who can go down first if you both just hit psychic damage to each other. Anyway, enough of me embarrassing myself. At 14th level, you can create Thrall. So you touch one and incapacitated humanoid. They are then charmed by you, or until a removed curse is placed on them. The charm condition is removed from it, or you use this feature again. You can telepathically communicate with a charmed creature as long as you two are on the same plane of existence. So, I guess there needs to be more specificity to this. I guess, like humanoid, if they're charmed by you, can you make them fight with you, or do they have the same ability as they do when they're just not before you incapacitate them? I don't know. I would say yes, probably. So you can probably use this ability to get someone of high importance to do your bidding. It's a very out of combat, I guess. It depends. If it's in combat, you can just charm like enemy, I don't know, sorcerer and get them to fight with you. That will technically help. But out of combat, you can probably get someone of high importance, incapacitate them, make them your thrall, and do your bidding if you want to be a bit more sneaky and devilous. But overall, I would say some of these abilities are interesting, but nothing super well fine-tuned. The Awakened Mind is fine. Entropic Ward is meh. I would once used for short rest is, I think, a bit too little. Fort Shield is, I think it's fun, but you're still having to take. I guess you're still having to take the damage, but it's very specifically psychic damage. Whoever the psychic damage to you must pay a big price. Create Thrall is fun, but it needs a bit more specificity. So I think overall the design, I would say I would put it like maybe a bit lower than the Art Fae, maybe a lower C. There. Also, if I'm still distracted, I was playing around with a pen, and the head of the pen just snapped off, so throw it that way. Alright. Alright. Now, I can reveal to you that my character one of the characters I'm currently playing is indeed a Hexblade Warlock Paladin. And before you go, boo, that's such a power gamer thing to do. I didn't meant to be. I was just playing a hex. So what happened was, my patron is a blade-ish, well, which we'll get to that. But some reason or another, I lost the blade because of some god's meddling. I figured I shouldn't technically take more levels than Hexblade until I get it back, which still hasn't happened. It's been ages now. So I was like, I'll take some level in some other class. I was going Sorcerer, but then I was like, maybe I'll be Paladin. So I went down Ancient's Paladin instead. And then I read later, oh hey, it's a very power gaming move. Why is it power gaming? Let's find out. If this is exclusively a multi-class usage subclass video, this Hexblade is the top of S, probably. Well, maybe not above Peace or Twilight, I think. Spells, it's a lot of smite spells because your patron, as I said, is technically someone from the Shadow Veil that made a weapon for you, but I think a lot of people just decided something to do with weapons. But yeah, it's you have those spells, and then you also get Hexblade's Curse. So you have a curse that you can choose one person within 30 feet, which lasts 1 minute. If they die, or you die, or you get past 30, you get the idea. And bonus to damage rolls against the cursed target equal to your proficiency bonus. Great. Any attacks against the creature is a critical hit if it's a 19 or 20. Even better. If your cursed target die, you regain hit points equal to your warlock level plus your charisma modifier. Great. The only problem is you can only use this once per short or long rest, and you really have to pick your target. You don't want to waste your 19 cool critical on a small runt. And that could be difficult to decide when to use it effectively. But the thing that actually makes people think because at first level you also gain the proficiency medium armor, shield, and martial weapons. And when I finish a long rest, you can touch one weapon you're proficient with that lacks the two-handed property. When you use that weapon, you can use your charisma modifier instead of your strength or dexterity. This benefit lasts until you finish a short rest, and later if you get Pact of the Blade feature, you extend to any packed weapon you conjure with that feature, no matter the type. So there's a lot to digest there, but basically you can use your charisma modifier to attack with a weapon. So that's why people don't like it with Paladin, because Paladin can then ignore the strength entirely. Well, for multi-class purpose, 13, but then they can focus entirely on charisma, and they can have very high spell DC, very high aura abilities, and very high. It's a one ability takes all. What they call in the biz known as SAD, single attributed dedication. I don't remember the but basically you only need one stat to be quite high. Then you can spend your points on Constitution or something. Right, so min-max's dream, basically. That's why, but I will have you know on good authority, I didn't took one level in Hexblade and then Paladin. I was like 9 level Paladins before I started, 9 levels Hexblade before I even started in Paladin. And I was going to just go down the Hexblade route. Okay. So 6th level, you get a Cursed Spectre. You can curse the soul of a person you slay, temporarily binding it to your service. Whenever you slay a humanoid, you can cause a spirit to rise from the grave as a spectre. It's very specifically only humanoids, but a spectre is quite powerful, because we'll get to that. You get a temporary hit point equal to your warlock level. It has its own turns, and obeys your verbal commands, but it also have a bonus to its attack roll equal to your charisma modifier, and it stays there until your next long rest, and it vanishes. And you can use this once per long rest. So Spectre, AC is horrible, 12, hit points 22, plus I guess you get some temporary hit points for you. It has sunlight sensitivity and incorporeal movement. It can life drain 3d6 necrotic damage, or but it's also resistant to acid, cold, fire, lightning, thunder, bludgeoning, piercing, slashing, and from non-magical attacks. And it's also immune to necrotic and poison. And it's immune to being charmed, exhausted, grappled, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, restrained, and unconscious. So basically, it's fucking hard to even hurt it. Basically, that's why it's I guess the limitation of it only being a humanoid is kind of justified, but then it makes it so that later on it's kind of hard to find humanoids to slay for it. Anyway, yeah. 10th level, you get Armor of Hex. So I like this ability, although I haven't get to this ability because I'm multi-classing. So whenever you target someone with your Hexblade Curse, you can, every time you get hit by that target with an attack roll, you can roll a d6 on a 4 or higher, so 50% of the chance the attack misses you instead, regardless of what they roll. That's awesome. Okay, and finally at 14th level, you have Master of Hex. Basically, instead of gaining your temporary hit points whenever your Hexblade Curse's target dies, you can instead reapply the curse to a different target within 30 feet of you. Yeah. So this is a good way to prolong your ability and don't have to worry about which creature you target your Hexblade Curse as long as there's enemies around. Alright, Hexblade. Overall, where would I put it? I think overall, if it's just multi-classing, like I said, it would be like here-ish, but it's not. But overall, I think it's even this higher level ability that people tend to overlook because of the multi-class is pretty powerful. I think the fact that you can kind of become a Gish, which is a character with good martial and magic character, is fairly nice. And later on, your Hexblade Curse becomes even stronger, and there are invocations that interact with stuff that lets you use Hexblade Curses, such as you can Relentless Hex someone, so you can teleport next to someone you hex. You can do damage to a person you hex as a bonus action, etc. So I think it's fairly well designed. I think it's poorly designed in the fact that ideally they fixed. I think in Baldur's Gate they kind of fixed it by just putting, if you pick the Pact of the Blade feature, you can use your charisma modifier as the weapon attack, which is what it really should be, and detach that from the subclass. Then if we say just not look at that, then the rest of it is well designed as kind of a cursed based subclass. So I would say maybe the middle of A. Let's put that. It's below Moon Druid. Well, no. Moon Druid is probably worse designed than it. Oh, right. So, undead. So there's, if the keen eye amongst you might see that we have two warlocks left: the undead warlock and the undying warlock. There's a difference between the two in that undead are things that are already dead but possessed through necrotic things, such as a vampire, a lich, some other undead beings. Whereas undying is technically things that trying to live forever. So also lich, but mostly just lich. So a vampire wouldn't count as undying because they are undead, but they're not prolonging the life to be everlasting. If that, I don't know. They don't define it well, but there is a distinction. Okay. Alright, let's start with the undead. So undead, you gain some spells that's, as you can probably think, mostly necromancy based, but more specifically things that protects you. So you have Bane, False Life, Speak with Dead, Death Ward, Anti-Life Shell, etc. You also can do a transformation as a bonus action. You transform for 1 minute, and you get temporary hit points equals to 1d10 plus your warlock level. Once on each of your turn, when you hit a creature with an attack roll, you can force it to do a wisdom save throw, and if they fail, they are frightened to you until the end of your next turn. That's great. I mean, if you use Eldritch Blast to hit someone from afar, you can frighten them, and they can't get close to you. And also, you're immune to being frightened. You can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency modifier. Yeah. Great ability. More usage than the Hexblade's Curse. 6th level, you get Brave Touch. You're basically, you don't need to eat, breathe, or drink or breathe. Once per each on your turn, when you get hit with an attack roll and roll damage against, when you hit a creature, the other way around. When you hit a creature with an attack roll and roll damage against it, you can replace the damage with necrotic. And while you're using a form of dread, you can roll 1 additional damage die when determining the necrotic damage take place. So, I mean, I guess if you if they're not if you're casting a spell, for example, that's they're resistant or immune to, like you're casting. What's a good example? I don't know. Fire, burning hands. I don't know. You're casting something that's not, and then you're casting it to like a fire elemental or something. You can turn it to necrotic. But if you're using a form of dread, you can even roll. So this would be good for something that, if you're using say your Eldritch Blast, you get an extra 3d10 if you're using a form of dread, if they're not resistant to necrotic damage. It's perfect. You also get Necrotic Husk at 10th level. You have resisted necrotic damage. If you're transformed using a form of dread, you become instead immune to necrotic damage. I love a good immunity. In addition, when you are reduced to 0 hit points, you can use your reaction to drop to 1 instead. That's fine. That's the same as the Shadow Sorcerer and stuff. But it's quite like I've mentioned before. This is usually they come quite late, right? But the Shadow Sorcerer come quite early. But you also, when you get up, each creature within 30 feet of you must take necrotic damage equals 2d10 plus your warlock level. You then gain 1 level of exhaustion, which is a bit shit, I would say. You can't do this again until you finish 1d4 long rest. I think they're giving you too much punishment for essentially some stuff that Shadow Sorcerer could do at first level without any punishment. 1d4 long rest and you get an exhaustion. So it's it's down, but then you get immunity to necrotic damage in the form of dread. That kind of brings it up a bit. Yeah, let's see the last feature. So 14th level, you get spirit projection. So your spirit becomes untethered from your physical form. As an action, you can project it away from you. So the body you leave behind is an unconscious state. Your spirit resembles your mortal form, and so you can remain outside your body for 1 hour until your concentration is broken. So when your projection ends, your spirit returns back to your body. So when you're projecting, you also gain a felon bow. Your spirit and body gain resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing attack. You can cast a spell of the Conjuration or Necromancy school. The spell doesn't require verbal, somatic, or material components that lack a gold cost. Your flying speed equals your walking speed. You can move through objects. You take 1d10 force damage if you land inside it. While using a form of dread, once on each of your turn, you can, when you do necrotic damage to target, you gain hit points. Once you do this, you can't redo. So it's it's kind of interesting. So I guess the best way to do this is just store your body somewhere safe and spirit out and use your spirit as the adventurer for an hour. Kind of weird, but technically, I guess don't need to breathe, right? Just store your body in a bag of holding, and yeah. And then once it ends, you climb back out of the bag of holding to do whatever. Yeah, there's some weird stuff at the end there, but overall, where would I put this? So, Form of Dread, I love it, and how they expand upon it. Technically, this gives you the most damage you can do with a Eldritch Blast, unless I'm forgetting something from the genie. Necrotic Cast, I love the immunity, but I hate the exhaustion you get from getting back up at 1. And Spirit Projection is kind of weird. At least there's, I guess you can come up with a situation where you can use it more reliably. But overall, where would I put this? I would say it's better than. It's definitely better than Great Old One. It's better than Arcfey. It's better than Celestial, probably. Yeah, better than Celestial. I'd say it's better than Fathomless as well. Is it better than the Fiend? Not sure on that. Fiend. I'd say yes, just a bit better than the Fiend, perhaps. And is it better than the Hexblade? I don't know, it's 50-50 on this one. I think I'll just put it like right below. And why is my A column the highest now? I think I'm overrating a lot of things too much. But I mean, my B column's quite full as well. Let's hope it doesn't get too full. I can on my screen I can only handle another extra line. If that happens, I'm gonna have to move something down, move something from A down to B. Ooh. And Wild Magic, Barbarian is first on the line, so be careful there. Okay. So now we go to the other side. We have the Undying. Let's see, Undying came first. Undying came out way early in Sword Coast Adventures Guide, whereas the Undead one came out in Tarshish, I believe. So, no, not Tarshish, the Ravenloft book, right. Yeah, so let's see why they decided to make a very similar subclass. Maybe there's something we can find out in the Undead. Undying, sorry, I got them confused now. So Undying, you get spells that's mostly, again, very similar to the other one. False Life, Ray of Sickness, Blindness, Speak with Dead, Death Ward, Aura of Life, Contagion. You also learn the Spare the Dying cantrip, and have advantage on any saving throw against any disease. This is called Among the Dead. Additionally, undead have a difficult time harming you. If an undead targets you directly with an attack or harmful spell, that creature must then make a wisdom saving throw against your DC. But they don't have to do it if it includes you in an area effect such as a fireball. On a failed save, they must choose a new target and target someone else other than you. Or forfeit the attack. On a success, they're immune for 24 hours. Interesting, but if you never encounter undead, all this feature is you get Spare the Dying and advantage on disease. Disease rarely came into play when I played D&D, but I guess technically you can. It does show up, but nothing unless the restoration can solve. Right. So not a great start, I would say. Very specifically against one type of enemies is never a great start. You can also, at 6th level, you can give yourself Vitality when you cheat Death. So you can regain hit point equals to 1d8 plus your Constitution modifier when you succeed on a death save, or when you stabilize on a creature with Spare the Dying. Once you use this feature, you can't use it until a long rest. So I don't know why you use it when you spare someone, because it's clearly a lot better if you go down and you succeed yourself, and then you can just instantly get up for once without having. So, I mean, that's decent enough. Then you have 10th level, you get Undying Nature. You hold your breath indefinitely, don't need food, water, or sleep, although you still need to rest to reduce exhaustion, and still benefit from finishing short or long rest. You age at a slower rate. 10 years pass, your body only aged 1 year. You're immune to being magically aged. Absolutely useless ability for 10th level. Don't need food, water, or sleep and breathe. I guess that's fine, but other, like, Undead had this at, I think, 6th level, so. And no sleep doesn't really matter if you still need to. I guess the only thing is you can keep watch for the whole duration, but technically I would argue that will still give you exhaustion. You need to like relax. Yeah, bad ability. 14th level, you get Indestructible to Life. So on your turn, you can use a bonus action to regain hit points equal to 1d8 plus your Warlock level. If you put a severed body part back in place, the part reattaches when you use this feature. You can do this once per short and long rest. Not good, again. Severed body limbs, I've seen it happen before, but I don't think it's common enough occurrence to necessitate a specific ability to describe it. Also, at 14th level, 1d8 plus your Warlock level is basically nothing. You can do this once per, like, if you can just do this more than once, then that's fine. Or if the number is a lot higher, but Yeah. I mean, 1d8 plus 14 is nothing to scoff at, but I don't know, man. A Celestial Warlock could probably heal you better than that way earlier. So, design-wise, I'm maybe even putting in a D. Some of the features bad. Some of the features bad, but I think it's better than an assassin, I would say, just because an assassin, a lot of its ability just doesn't design well with how. I think these seem to be early designs. You can tell that usually get the lower fall, where they don't really understand how people play D&D, I would say, or their early design doesn't fit well with how the results of people playing D&D ended up being, perhaps. Yeah, anyway, that's indeed. Alright, so we're finally at the last one. I would say, yes, what was it? Probably, if you ask me at the moment, my favorite class, just because I mean, this whole channel is kind of an investigation into stuff I don't know, right? So, a subclass that's all about a class that's all about in discovery, I would say. I think if you use your imagination, there's a lot of ways to play wizard that isn't just either Harry Potter or, well, technically Harry Potter is a sorcerer because it's in the plotline. Whereas Doctor Strange is technically, they can learn it, so it's technically okay. I'm not gonna repeat that meme, but I think there's way more ways to play a wizard other than just being, you know, a robe-wearing, pointy hat, old man that studies a lot. If you want to be that, that's fine. But I feel like anything character that you can think of that's inquisitive, that's all about trying to discover something, learning something, can become, like, I would say it's the equivalent of being a university student. So look up a list of university subjects, pick a topic, and that you can make that into a wizard class. Archaeology, wizard. A zoologist is probably one of my favorite ideas. Wizard, you're looking into, especially in D&D, I think you're looking into magic of the world. You're looking at the magic of the animals. You're looking at the magic of the past. You're looking for magic in. Alright, anyway, enough of gushing. We're here to rank these subclasses. And aside from cleric, the wizard has the most subclasses because there's 8 of them that's based on the schools, and then there's 5 more that's based on something outside of it. So let's get started. Abjuration, the defense. Basically, abjuration is, well, hang on, let me, before that, I keep forgetting to do this. Let's talk about what we want to look at. Wizard is the spellcasting class, no matter what people say. So, obviously, the first thing you want to look at is how these subclasses help with spellcasting. How they help you become a spellcaster. I also want to look, I think, how it influences your spellcasting playstyle. If I say play a wizard with no subclasses, how does that differ? How does these subclasses differentiate from me just playing that? is something also would encounter for. Would doesn't necessarily mean it will be good or bad, but it's something that will pique my intrigue. Obviously, you don't want your wizard to become a tank, for example. Well, you can, but not like in the absorbing meat shield kind of, because your health is way too low. So, abjuration, let's resume, is the magic of protection. So, about denial and negation. Let's come up with a fun university topic. Let's make a university topic for each of these. Abjuration. What is abjuration similar to? Let's say it's similar to a a philosopher. Maybe. Sure, why not? A philosopher. You think about, you ponder the mystery of what it means to be magic, and while your wandering thoughts becomes protection. I don't know. Okay, maybe not. Maybe don't do philosopher. That doesn't make any sense. Let's say you are a someone that can, like, maybe you're studying a culinary. Maybe you're trying to find magic as a chef, and you give, whenever you give people food, they bolster and gain like this magical bubble around them that protects them. Sure, let's do that. So each of these I would say school class subject, so there's 8 of them, has a savant ability. So wizard have a spellbook, which allows them to store their spells, and they can transfer spells into the spellbooks when they find a spell scroll or another spellbook. So it takes money and time, usually, when you do this, but each of the subclass has a ability called the something savant. So in this case, an abjuration savant, which means when they transfer abjuration spells into the spellbook, the gold and time is halved. So I'm going to ignore all of these, and when we take into consideration of the other subclasses, the 8 main ones specifically, just because I don't really care. Alright, anyway, second level, you get so you get your subclass at second level, by the way, which is similar to the druid. You get arcane ward. So whenever you cast an abjuration spell, first level or higher. So there's a lot. I mean, specifically wizard, you get stuff like absorb element, alarm, mage armor, shield, counter spell, magic circle, intelligent forge, dispels the spell magic with something higher level, banishment, etc. You get the idea. You simultaneously create a magical ward within you, which the ward then has a hit point maximum of twice your wizard level plus your intelligence modifier, which at this point would be, well, let's say, yeah, up to a maximum of 45. Whenever you take damage, the ward takes the damage instead of you. If it damage is reduced to 0, you take the remaining damage. when it has 0 hit point, it can't absorb damage, but it's still there. So whenever you cast a abjuration spell of first level higher afterwards, when the ward is active, it regains a number of hit points equals to twice the level of the spell. Once you cast a ward, you can't cast it again until you finish a long rest. This interacts very nicely with the spells subclass. You know how I said at the start, you can't really make a wizard a meat tank. This kind of like kind of the only way. It's great as well because the ward technically absorbs the damage for you, so you can ignore stuff like concentration checks, which is another big thing that wizard needs to take a look after. You want to make sure your spell lasts. Alright, at 6th level, you also get Protective Ward. So you know that arcane ward you have. If you see a creature within 30 feet that takes damage, you can reduce that. You can use the ward to absorb that damage. If the damage of the ward goes to 0, the warded creature takes any remaining damage. So someone is down and the creature's going for like a finishing blow, absorb it, save your friend from dying. Now that is a way to tank with a wizard without being in the front line. 10th level, you then get improved abjuration. When you cast abjuration spells, that requires you to make ability check as part of the spell, which is mostly counter spell or dispel magic. You can add your proficiency bonus to that ability check, which is amazing because usually you need to roll a so how counter spell and dispel magic works is when you cast it, if the spell level of that you're countering against is below yours, you instantly works, but if it's above yours, you have to roll. So you roll with your spell casting ability. So for wizard would be intelligence, so you're doing a d20 plus your intelligence, and the DC is 10 plus the spell level. So usually it's 4th level or higher, so 14 and goes up to 19, I guess. So usually you have a d20 plus say 5. In this case, if you add your proficiency bonus, you're adding another 3 to this check, making your chances of successfully countering a spell way higher. You don't have to waste a high level spell slot to do a counter spell. You can do a 3rd level counter spell and perhaps counter a 9th level counter spell. Good ability. 14th level, you have spell resistance. Basically, you have advantage on saving throws against spells, and you have resistance to damage against spells. Amazing. The culmination of basically this the ultimate of prevention of damage, essentially. Yeah, where would I put this? I would rank this fairly highly, honestly. Somewhere at least A, because it's a good way to play a wizard that differs from the usual norm, and it's useful in combat as both a support and as a life prevention method, and you basically become the best counter to any spellcaster that tries to fight you, thanks to your counter spell and dispel magic bonus. I would put this oof. Above. Oh no, I have to move the lunar thing now. Above. Okay. Come on, we can do this. All right. Next, blade singing. You might have heard this name floating around once in a while. It's pretty infamous in terms of a wizard. It's probably the subclass that you go for if you want to play a unique wizard experience, because it's so much different than the other wizard subclass. So let's see why. So you have at second level proficiency with light armor. That's very unusual. You also get proficiency one type of one-handed melee weapon, and you get proficiency in performance. So at second level, you can invoke a magic called the Blade Song. Oh, I have to specify. Originally, you can only do this as an elf, but they later expanded so all subclasses can, all races can use it. Similarly to how Battle Rager was dwarf only, but they kind of, oh, you see, they're very opposite side of the scale. So they have this ability called Blade Song. Provided you're not wearing medium or heavy armor or using a shield, it gives you the ability to, as a bonus action to start it, as a bonus action you can start it, which lasts for 1 minute, and ends if you are incapacitated, if you don medium heavy armor or shield, or if you use 2 hands to make an attack with a weapon. You can all dismiss it at any time. You gain the following benefits. You get bonus to your AC equals to your intelligence modifier. So if you up your dexterity and intelligence at the max, you are seeing, say you're wearing studded leather armor, that's 12, plus your dexterity, which is 5, so 17. With Blade Song activated, that goes up to 23. Now, if someone still hits you, you can cast Shield, the spell. That brings you up to 28. There's other stuff you can do. Cast Haste on yourself as a spell. That adds another 2, I believe. Brings you a nice 30 AC. You know when your DM goes to you and be like, there's a 28 hit, you just go, no, actually it doesn't. Okay, anyway. Your walking speed increased by 10 feet. So you're gracefully dancing through the battlefield is the idea. And you have advantage on dexterity acrobatics check. You also gain a bonus to your constitution saving throw to make concentration equal to your intelligence modifier. Also very, very great. It's always great to have to gain bonuses to your concentration save as a wizard. Remember, you're still a wizard no matter that. 6th level, extra attack. Wow, what's that doing here? Whenever you make an attack, instead of doing you can attack twice instead of once, and additionally you can cast one of your cantrips in place of one of those attacks. That's amazing, and I think I mentioned this when I did Eldritch Knight. The only reason it's lower is because its extra attack should have been this version. Yeah. 10th level, you gain Song of Defense. Sorry. Whenever you take damage, you can use your reaction to expend 1 spell slot to reduce that number equal to 5 times the spell slot level. I'm not too hot about this one. Honestly, you're better off preventing the damage, and 5 times the spell slot isn't really worth the spell slot. You can probably use the spell slot for some other stuff. But I guess in a life of death situation where you're going to die unless you expend a spell slot, I guess that's better than dying. Finally, Song of Victory. At 14th level, you add your intelligence modifier to the damage of your melee weapon attack while your Blade Song is activated. Great, even more that. Great. Interesting design, very well, like, very overtuned. It makes you almost makes you very hard to hit with your high AC. You can cast buff on yourself instead of other people. You can go up and attack people. You can still do damage from afar because you're still a wizard. Yeah, and nothing's stopping you from using a ranged weapon such as a one-handed crossbow. So you can still you don't have to be a blade singer. You'll be an arrow singer. Yeah. So you can still be in the safety of the back, but if you want to play like a Jedi or something, I guess this would be perfect. Yeah, so I would put this honestly at the. Oh no, I have to move the Luna again. It's probably above abjuration at this point. There. It's very high. I have a feeling I have to move that Luna thing more than again after this as well. Alright. Well, we've reached this. I don't have to move it here because I kind of know where I'll put this one. Chronology. Time manipulation. This is, in essence, technically one of the Matthew Mercer ones where I've ignored, but this one somehow sneaked itself into an official D&D book, so I have to talk about it. So, by the way, I don't hate Matthew Mercer. By the way, it seems like I'm hating. It's just technically his stuff is not official. It's just all I'm saying, and yeah. I mean, I like some of the stuff he's made, but for the sake of talking about this, I have to ignore all the non-official stuff because I'll be here for eternity. All right, let's see what they have. You have Chronal Shift at 2nd level. You can basically, as a reaction, after a creature you can see within 30 feet of you makes an attack, an ability check or saving throw, force it to re-roll. You make this after you see whether the roll success or not. And they must use the second roll. So if someone rolls a natural 20, hey, no, you roll again. You can use this twice, and you expect you can regain any after you finish a long rest. You also gain a bonus to initiatives equals to your intelligence modifier. Alright. Seems already that's a very powerful ability. It's basically similar to having 2 luck die if you get the lucky feat. Sorry, hiccuping. 6th level, you get momentary stasis. As an action, you can magically force a large or smaller creature you can see within 60 feet of you to make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. Unless the saving throw is a success, the creature is encased in a field of magical energy until the end of your next turn. Encased this way, they're incapacitated and has a speed of 0. You can use this number type equal to your intelligence modifier per long rest. I guess, yeah, just so I guess it's a good way to just make sure someone doesn't follow you or attack you. So you have basically, you put someone in stasis, run away, next turn run away some more, and then they'll it's a good way to make some distance between 2 people. There's probably other ways to use it, like saving a friend to make sure they well, technically they go out of stasis until they take any damage. I don't know, maybe some good way to calm someone down, I guess. I don't know. You want to make sure a barbarian ends their rage, just put them in that. Next turn comes by, they won't attack anyone, no one attacks it, their range will end, I guess. 10th level, Arcane Abeyance? Abeyance? I think this is the prime suspect of what people hate. When you cast a spell, love, I guess. When you cast a spell using a spell slot of 4th level or lower, you can turn it into a mote. The spell is frozen in time and held in a grey bead for 1 hour. There's a tiny object, AC 15, 1 hit point, immune to poison psychic. If it's destroyed, it vanishes in a flash of light and the spell is lost. A creature holding the bead can use an action to release the spell within, whereupon the bead disappears. The spell uses your spell attack bonus and save DC, and the spell treats the creature who released it as the caster for all other purposes. So, the reason why this is very, very powerful is you essentially can give, like, say you cast haste, turn in the bead, let your fighter hold it. He can hold his own concentration. You can use your concentration on something else. It's basically effectively letting you cast 2 concentration spells at once, which kind of defeats the purpose of concentration spell. The reason that they're powerful is so that because you can only cast one of them at a time. Yeah, boss did. Alright, 14th level. You Convergent Future. When you or a creature you can see within 60 feet of you make an attack, an ability check or saving throw, you can use a reaction to ignore the die and decide whether the number rolled is the minimum needed to success or one less than that. You gain 1 level of exhaustion, or finish a long rest to remove exhaustion you gain this way. Only a long rest can remove this exhaustion. Okay. So, exhaustion aside, I think it's probably one of the 2, I think, ability that worth you actually having to use get an exhaustion for it, because it's essentially a auto fail or auto pass for one person. I guess it's just so that you won't spam that ability later on. Shit, yeah. I mean, it's all bangers after bangers after bangers. Too much of a banger for one of them. The only one that's kind of meh is the stasis ability. So yeah, obviously it goes in S. The only problem is where in S. So is it powerful? Is it more powerful than peace? Ooh. Oof. I mean, okay. Is it more powerful than eloquence? I would say yes. So, literally, it's whether you put it on the scale. The peace cleric lets you effectively breaks the 2d4 ability as well as having it with stasis ability. I would say this is the top of us. Let's put this at the top of us. Right. Let's talk about Conjuration, another spell. Finally, we get back to a school subject. Alright, Conjuration. What's it called? It's someone's training to be a magician, trying to figure out magic in his tricks, turn his magic tricks into real magic. I don't know. Just sure. No. A Conjuration is actually a English literature student who turns words in his who turns sentences from his favorite books into magic, and he wants to find magic in the words and how to exploit them into the glorious literature that he can produce. Sure. So second level, you get minor conjuration, which is a cool ability, I think, that really tests the limit of your imagination. You can use your action to conjure an inanimate object in your hand or on the ground. You can see within 10 feet. Must be no longer than 3 feet on the side and weigh no more than 10 pounds. And its form must be a non-magical object that you have seen. Is visibly magical, radiating dim light in 10 feet. Disappears after 1 hour. So if you're long queue, make a chair, make a stool to sit. If you're bored, make a book. You can read a book you've seen it read before. If you're trapped in a jail cell, if you've seen the key, you can make the key. It's the limit of your imagination. Make a cup, make a fork. I don't know. My imagination is probably not as far-reaching as some of you's, but yeah. 6th level, you get benign transposition. So you can use your action to teleport up to 30 feet to an occupied space. Alternatively, you can choose a space that is occupied by a small or medium creature. If they are willing, you both teleport and swap places. Once you use this feature, you can't use it again until you finish a long rest or until you cast a conjuration spell of 1st level or higher. Yeah, so interesting scenario. Your friend is trapped across a cliff and there's a monster rapidly approaching them. What do? Use your action to swap places with them. Oh shit, you can't teleport now because you used it. No worries, bonus action. Misty step. Go back to where you're now both across the ledge. So after specify conjuration, there's 2 types of conjurations technically. So it's both a summoning class where you conjure creatures, and also a teleportation subclass where you, I guess, produce yourself to a different location, I guess. Yeah, so, and to even like other planes of existence. Yeah, so I guess that's the link. You conjure yourself elsewhere. So 10th level, focus conjuration. While you're concentrating on conjuration spell, your concentration can't be broken. Lovely stuff. You don't want to lose concentration on a summon when you're summoning a devil. At 14th level, any creature you summon or create with a conjuration spell has 30 temporary hit points, which comes in a bit late. I think it will be much better if it's an earlier ability and it scales as you level up. But yeah, so overall, I think there's some good stuff there, but it doesn't necessarily help you too much. So benign transposition is a good teleportation spell. Focus conjuration really helps. I don't remember what all the conjuration spells are. And finally, but it takes you up to 14th level to actually be a good summoner, whereas something like Shepherd is already a good summoner way earlier. So I would say there's probably one of the weaker subclasses. I will put it maybe somewhere in B. Maybe a bit lower on B side as well. Bit there. Alright. So before the chronology takes the spotlight, there was the divination. Divination is it's all about seeing the future, seeing through space and time and consciousness. As part, you try to open the veil. You are essentially I guess let's go with a more basic idea. You're a physics student. You want to you use your equations to see what the probability of something happening is, and then you know exactly what's going to happen when something happens. You sure, let's go with that. So you have this main ability called Portent. Basically, whenever you roll up, you roll 2d20, you record those numbers, and you can replace any attack roll, saving throw, ability checks someone make, when you or someone you can see make, and you can say, hey, you're not rolling, you're taking this number I rolled this morning. Which is great when you roll a 1 or a 20, because you can guarantee a fail or guarantee a critical hit or something. Less impressive is when you roll like a 9 and 12. It's like, I guess this could be useful, but not necessarily sure. But it's always good to have them when, you know, someone rolls a 1. You're like, hey, no, it's a 9 at least. It's better than 1. At 6th level, you get expert divination. So when you cast a divination 2nd level high, which mind you for a wizard there's not a lot, you regain 1 expended spell slot. So it must be a lower level. So there's this thing called a divination cascade, where if you cast a 5th, if you're missing a spell level and you're missing spells, you can cast a 5th level divination spell. Oh, by the way, the spot slot can no longer be, regain must be a level lower than 5th level. That's why I'm starting with 5th level. So 5th level, I guess 6th level, or 5th, you can start at 6th level. Yeah, cast a 6th level spell, gain a 5th level spell back, cast a 5th level spell with a divination spell, gain a 4th level back, cast a 4th, gain a 3rd, cast a 3rd, gain a 2nd, cast a 2nd, etc. So, but, you know, the spells you can, 2nd level or higher, so not the last, you can't get to 1st level back. But, you know, spells you can cast are, for a wizard, specifically, I mean, there's not a lot. There's Foresight at 9th level, True Seeing, Scrying at 5th level, Legends Lore, Telepathic Bond, Contact Other Plane, Locate Object, Divination, Arcane Eye, Tongues, Clairvoyance, See Invisibility. The only damage one is Mind Spike. I guess you can cast a lot of high level Mind Spike. Yeah, anyway, that's that. It's still good to have. If you want to get 4th level spell back, just cast and you want to scry on someone, you get a 4th level, so you can do both. Alright, then you have the 3rd eye. At 10th level, you can use your action to increase your power perception. So choose one until you take a short or long rest. So you either have dark vision up to 60 feet, you can see in the ethereal plane within 60 feet of you, you can read any languages, or you can see invisible creature or objects within 10 feet of you that are within line of sight. Yeah, so take a pick. Best one is probably, I guess, invisible for if you need to. Ethereal doesn't rarely come into play. Read any language is always great, but you're a wizard, just ritual cast comprehend language or something. I guess if you need to read something really quickly. Okay, 14th level. You have Greater Portent. Your Portent instead of 2 dice, 3 dice. Simple enough. Alright. So, people have wondered, the ability of Portent. So, clearly, 3rd eye, Expert Divination are okay, but nothing too shattering. So, the only question is, where does Portent land on this? Is it a groundbreaking ability that basically bends the rule, or is it a neat little ability that you can just casually use? Well, let's see. So, ideally, the good chance of you rolling a 1 and a 20 takes into place. So, both are 1 in 20. Of the chances of you rolling either a 1 or a 20 is about 10% per dice. For 2 dice, that's oh god, I'm not going to say it's higher. It's higher than 10%. Yeah, so I'm trying to do. Okay, I'm not doing the math. So it's like 10% times the 90% of rolling anything else. Technically, well, probably something like just below 20% or something. I can't remember. Well, I'm not wasting my mental capacity to it. Okay. Anyway, decent chance, I would say, of you getting something good. So I would say it's not game breaking like the stuff in S perhaps could be. Well, kind of, not really. Like high end of S is game breaking, I would say. Low end of S is borderline. Maybe low end of S, but I'm thinking more. I'm thinking more high A. It's better than Blazing. Sure, let's say yes. Yeah, sure. Let's put it at the top of A. That one's borderline at going to S, basically. All right, enchantment. Enchantment are the mind manipulation, the beguiling type. They're the charmers. They are the equivalent of a lawyer. they twist your mind and your words to believing. That's not my impression. That's not what I think a lawyer is, but you know. Sure, if you play an archetype of a lawyer character, sure, it could be that. Hypnotic gaze. Is so second level you get hypnotic gaze. So one creature you see within 5 feet of you, if they can see or hear you, they must succeed on a wisdom saving throw against your spell DC or be charmed to you until the end of your next turn. The charm drops to 0, incapacitated and visibly stunned. You must on every other turn use this to extend this duration until the end. You can use your action to extend it to the end of your next turn. It ends if you move more than 5 feet away, if they can neither see or hear you, or if the creature takes damage. Once the effect ends, or if the creature succeeds on an initial saving throw, you can't use it until you finish the longest. Okay, so some people might think that the 5 feet thing is a bit limiting, but I quite like it, to be fair. It's like it's in combat. You basically have the ability to use your action, I guess, to force one person to just stop, and you can do whatever you want with your bonus action, but you can just use this action to stop one person from doing anything if they fail. And outside of combat, there's versatility in this as well. Say, prison guard. Stick next to prison guard, make them daze while your other teammates go around, and I don't know, then you can do whatever with the guard, just run away as soon as everyone's away. Cast invisibility on yourself and run away. That's what you do. 6th level, you gain instinctive charm. So when a creature within 30 feet makes an attack against you, you can use your reaction to divert the attack, provided another creature is within the attacker's range. So, within the attack's range. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, or on a fail, they must target a creature that's closest to it, not including you or itself. They choose which one to target if there's multiple closest to it. You can use this on the attacker once per long rest. You must choose whether knowing before attacks hits or miss. If they can't be charmed, they are immune to this. Very good ability. It helps ensure your wizard doesn't get hit. The fact that you can do this one per attacker is great. So it's not once per long rest. It's once per attacker per long rest. So 10th level split enchantment, very good. You can cast enchantment spell first level or higher. You can target a second creature. So if we look at what enchantment spells there are for wizard, so first level or higher, stuff like charm person, hold person is the one that's really powerful. Hold monster later on, stuff like Geas, Otto's irresistible dance. Basically things that usually very already powerful on one person. Now you can split in two, basically doing the split, a free what's it called, split spell, a dual spell for a twin spell for a sorcerer for free. Finally, at 14th level, Alter Memories. You gain the ability to make a creature unaware of your magic influence. When you cast an enchantment spell to charm one or more creatures, you can alter the creature's understanding of being charmed. So main problem with early charm stuff is they always know what happened. Like they know what happened, so you have to really get the information out of them before it ends. And sometimes they can turn hostile, and you don't want that. Additionally, once before the spell, so this basically neglects that. So once before the spell expire, you can use your action to make the chosen target to forget some of the time spent being charmed. If it succeeds, the creature must succeed on an intelligence saving throw, which is usually not very high, against your wizard spell save DC, or lose a number of hours equals to 1 plus your charisma modifier, minimum of 1. So this incentivizes you get high intelligence as well as charisma to basically. But if it's like, even if it's 1, that's like 2 hours. 2 hours of 2 hours of memory you can wipe from their mind. So where would I put this enchantment? I think it's honestly, it's probably the underrated subclass, I would say. I think some people do rate it high, but I see a lot of people. I don't see a lot of people really recommending it at all. And its ability, second level ability might be a bit weak, but its split enchantment, instinctive charm, alter memories are all very good, especially gives you a lot more stuff to do in social environments, which is something the wizard tends to. Probably one of the weaknesses of a wizard. They're good at versatility, like in terms of casting spells, but they don't usually talk to people. This incentivizes you to have good charisma, as well as you can use your enchantment spells during social encounters. So yeah, it's going in A. Where in A, I don't know. Put it like that. Alright, evocation. We're basically halfway through the wizard. Almost done now. It took a bit longer than I thought it would be, but it's fine. Evocation. Quintessential wizard, technically. It depends on what you think a wizard is. If you think a wizard is fireball machine, quintessential wizard. Sculpt spell, second level. Don't you hate hitting your friends? some of you might not do, but if you do, Sculpt spell is the thing for you. When you cast an evocation spell, choose a number equal to 1 plus your spell level of creatures you can see in the spell. They automatically succeed on the saving throw, and they take no damage if they normally take half damage. So fireball away. You can sculpt it around your friends. Although, for a cheeky laugh, 6th level potent cantrip. So when a creature succeeds on a saving throw against a cantrip, they still take half the cantrip's damage. So basically turning into almost like the other evocation area spells. 10th level, you can add your intelligence modifier to 1 roll to any evocation spell you cast. Great. And 14th level, this is the other. Well, this one technically doesn't give you exhaustion. I misremember. So, starting at 14th level, when you cast a wizard spell 1st to 5th level that deals damage, you can deal maximum damage with that spell. It's like the what's it called? It's like the Tempest Cleric, but for anything. And at this point, you have so much more powerful spells you can cast. So, first time you do so, you don't suffer any effect, but every time you do so, you take 2d12 necrotic damage immediately after you cast it. Every time you cast it before a long rest, the damage increased by 1d12, ignoring resistant immunity. Great way to let you reuse ability and not force you to just cast it 1 per turn. Just try and cast it, or you might die. Just keep doing it. Where will I put this though? Evocation is, I would say, it's probably below enchantment. Actually, it does its job. You want firepower, evocation. Everything it does helps you, makes you stronger. But some of its ability might not be super good. Like half damage for cantrip is good, I guess, if they fail the saving throw. But your most powerful firebolt doesn't do a saving throw. Later on, you can add your intelligence modifier to it. That's great, but that's at like 10th level, so maybe just a bit low. That's my reasoning for putting it a bit lower. There, sure. Alright. On the other side of the chronology, we have another Matthew Mercer spell that's locked in here. The Graviturgy. So, enough about time stuff. What about gravity? So, I'm not going into the actual physics of time and gravity, but sure. So you can a 2nd level adjust density. You can alter the weight of one creature with object or creature. Must be large or smaller, and you can either half or double its weight for up to 1 minute or until your concentration ends. When is that actually useful? I don't know. I guess if they're like on a horse, you can double the weight and make them collapse on the horse, I guess. I don't know. I can't think of much situation that is very niche. Well, there's other situations if you read. So if the creature weight is halved, the speed increased by 10 feet and can jump twice as far, but it has disadvantage on strength check and strength saving throw. While the weight is doubled, the speed is reduced by 10 feet, but it has advantage on strength and checks and saving throws. I guess if you want to hold someone down with grapple, double their weight, makes it harder for them to escape. When you reach 10th level, you can target an object or creature that's huge or smaller. Right, not great so far. 6th level, Gravity Well. you can manipulate gravity around a limb. Whenever you cast a spell on a creature, you can move the target 5 feet to an unoccupied space of your choice if the target's willing to move. If the spell hits it with a, if there's the spell hits it with an attack, or it fails a saving throw against the spell. Hang on, I read that and it doesn't make any sense. So, cast the spell on. I'm going to look up different source for this because I'm still not understanding. Whenever you cast a spell on a creature, you can move the target 5 feet to an unoccupied space of your choice. If the target's willing to move, the target hits it with an attack, or it fails a saving throw against the spell. Okay, so it moves 5 feet if they are willing, or if you hit them with an attack, or if they fail your save against the spell. Right, okay, so I guess the other two is for unwilling creature. Okay, it's a bit confusing, the wording. Also, 5 feet is not a lot. Moving a creature 5 feet. There's better ways to do that, I'm not gonna lie. 10th level, Violent Attraction. When another creature that is within 60 feet of you hits with a weapon attack, you can use your reaction to increase the attack's velocity, granting it 1d10 damage of weapon type. Alternatively, if the creature within 60 feet takes damage from a fall, you can reduce the fall by 2d10. Very situational stuff. I guess a good way to utilize your reaction if you don't have anything to do with it. But no, you want to use like something like shield or something. You can, but I guess more options. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier. You gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. I'm not feeling this one. Especially you can only increase it, but you can't like decrease it from someone taking a damage or something. And it's 10th level. And 14th level, Event Horizon. As an action, you can send a powerful field of gravitational energy that tugs at other creature for 1 minute or until your concentration ends. Whenever a creature hostile to you starts its turn within 30 feet of you, it must make a strength saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failed save, it takes 2d10 force damage, and the speed is reduced to 0 at the start of next turn. On a successful save, it takes half as much, and every foot it moves costs 2 feet extra. Once you use this feature, you can't use it at long rest until. It's good, I guess, because it's essentially like a mini spiritual guardian. Anything that comes into you just take damage on their turn. And they can't move as well. But yeah, it's okay for a 14th level ability. And you can use it multiple times, that's good as well. So 14th level, okay. 10th level is meh. 6th level is also meh. And 2nd level is ugh. So overall, it's on the meh. So really, as on the other side of the coin, it's not an F. It's not a design. It's not a design disaster, I don't think. But they really over nerfed it, I think, when it comes to its abilities, and didn't really think what the ability would be used for in a campaign. Sure. Oh, right. 5 more to go. Illusion. So illusion is like a... Okay, I'm gonna stop with this. My brain's running out of things. I didn't do one for evocation anyway. It would have been like a chemistry or something. So illusion, you get improved minor illusion. So you learn minor illusion cantrip, which is fine, but you already know you can learn different wizard spell cantrip. When you cast it, you can create both an image and the sound. Great. 6th level, malleable illusion. When you cast an illusion with duration of first 1 minute or longer, you can use your action to change the nature of that illusion within the normal parameter, provided that you can see. So this basically evolves your static illusion spells quickly into the moving illusion spells. 10th level, illusionary self. You can create a duplicate of yourself in an instant. So whenever a creature attacks you, you can use a reaction to make an illusion once per short or long rest to make the attack automatically misses you. And finally, 14th level, amazing ability, illusionary reality. When you make you cast an illusion spell 1st level or higher, you can choose one inanimate non-magical object that is part of the illusion and make it object real. You can do so as a bonus action when the spell is ongoing and the object remains real for 1 minute. For example, you can create an illusion of a bridge over a chasm and make it real long enough for your allies to cross. The objects can't deal damage or otherwise directly harm someone. Make a bridge on top of a lava, for example. It's basically a super conjuration spell, basically, at this point. But you can also just make it once you're across people. If other people's chasing you on the bridge, make it back into illusion. They follow through. It's indirectly harming people. The only thing is, you can't just make like make lava and turn that into reality and directly harm them. Because that's dealing damage directly. So my thought on illusion spells is very, very DM dependent. So the DM has to play on board with your illusions. If they just don't like illusion, if they make sure everyone checks everything is an illusion or not, even though there's no inkling of things being illusion, then you kind of lose your mojo. There's no point in you doing illusion spells. But if your DM is willing to take the bait, make it so that you can avoid encounters using an illusion. If your DM's willing to going down that route, I think this will be a very powerful subclass. So only thing is, there's not a lot of real illusion spells. All the illusion spell adds one extra ability and or size to it. So you can make minor illusion. You can make a static image with a sound. Then major image makes a large object. I guess that can be moved as well. I can't remember. I don't think it might not be moved. Then later you can make illusionary dragon as like the ultimate version of it. So I don't know much about the illusion spell because I never really go. I'm not smart. I'm not creative enough to come up with scenarios where these would be useful. So I would judge it try and judge it as fairly as I can. I do think all these abilities help. Illusion itself is kind of the outliers. Mobile illusion is fairly decent. Improved minor illusion is okay. Illusion reality is amazing, and it's limited really only by imagination. I'll put this at the top of B, like close to the top of B. No, maybe not the top, like top medium. Maybe two. Let's split up the paladin guys and add a little. Okay. Necromancy. Necromancy. When you start a second level, you know what necromancy is. I don't need to tell you. When you start a second level, once per turn, when you kill one or more creatures with a spell of first level or higher, you regain hit points equal to twice that spell's level, or 3 times of this from the school of necromancy. You don't gain benefits for killing constructs or undead. That's fine. You can technically cheese it if you buy like a bunch of rats or like a bunch of cockroaches and just kill them if you need. That's a morbid thing to think about. But outside of that, it's not a lot of healing, but it's some way to do healing, so I guess it's fine. 6th level, you get Undead Thrall. You add Animate Dead to your spellbook if it's not already there, and when you cast it, you can target 1 additional corpse or bones, creating another zombie or skeleton as promise. So usually you can make how many? You can make 1, I think, usually. Yes, you can make 1 and use bonus action to command them. If you control multiple creatures, you can command any of them all. And it's a higher level target extra, so essentially you can cast it at 1 level higher than what you did. They go under your control for 24 hours, after which they stop obeying any command. You can maintain control for another 24 hours if you cast this spell on the creature again before the 24-hour period ends. So technically you can do it before a long rest and then have it carry over after the long rest. Yeah, you can cast this to reassert control up to 4 creatures you have animated with the spell. Sure. So so with this ability you can, that's just a spell. With this ability you can also the hit point maximum is increased by amount equals to your wisdom wizard level, and they can add your proficiency bonus to make your to the weapon damage roll better damage and more tanky. One thing you can probably do is just equip your zombies and with magic weapons if you find that no one's carrying it. Nothing's stopping them, and this makes them easier to hit people with, hit harder as well. So 10th level, inert to undeath. So you have resistance to necrotic damage, fine. Hit point maximum can't be reduced, doesn't rarely come into play. But when you do, you want this ability. You don't want it to not. You have spent so much time with undead, that and the force of animated that okay. That's just fluff decks. So that's okay. Not super strong, but it's good to have. At 14th level, you can use a magic to bring undead under your control, even created by other wizards. So as an action, you can choose 1 undead you can see within 60 feet. They must make a charisma saving throw against your wizard spell save DC. If they succeed, you can't use this feature on them again. If they fail, they become friendly to you and obey your commands until you use this feature again. So intelligent creature with an intelligence of 8 or higher has advantage on the saving throw. And if it has an intelligence above 12 and they fail, they can repeat the same throw at the end of every hour to break free. So can't just control a lich willy-nilly. I guess I'm technically, if you feeble mind them first, that will technically work. Where would I put this? Maybe probably in B again. I do have a little bias on anime. Technically, you can summon an infinite army with the undead. Second level is a bit meh. 10th level is also a bit meh. 14th level is a bit interesting, but not probably won't come in. So the only real ability is the 6th level ability that really comes into play. So I would put it maybe a bit higher. Maybe below illusion, I would say. Yeah, sure, whatever. I have 3 more left. I'm not very pedantic at this point. Right, Order of the Scribes. So, if you consider the evocation the ultimate wizard, the quintessential wizard, sorry, this is wizard plus. This is what the battle master is to the champion. The scribes too. It's just wizard, but it does everything better. So you have a quill, wizardry quill. As a bonus action, you can make a tiny quill in your free hand. It doesn't require ink when you write on it. Fine. You can make an ink of your choice. That's also fine. Time you spend copying a book equals to 2 minutes per spell level. If you use the quill, just to confirm, is usually 2 hours per spell level. So massively reduce your downtime requirement. You can erase, but it still costs the gold. So you can erase anything you write with the quill if you wave the feather over the text as a bonus action. So you can write like maybe a hidden message for someone. When they see it, you rub it off. The quill disappears if you create another one or you die. Okay. You also have a awakened spellbook. You have a smart spellbook. While you're holding the book, you can use the book as a spellcasting focus. Great. When you cast a wizard spell with this, you can temporarily replace its damage type with a type that's also in another spell, but at the same level. It's using the same slot. So say if you have Burning Hands and Chromatic Orb, you can Chromatic Orb have a various amount of damage types. You can turn your Burning Hands into any of the damage type it mentions. And then there's technically some spell that isn't damaging type, but they mention damage in it, and you can change it into those. I think stuff like force damage when you're incorporeal. It's weird. Yeah, I'm not going detailed into that. And also, when you cast a spell as a ritual, you can cast it as a normal spent casting time rather than add 10 minutes to it once per long rest. So if you need an emergency detect magic or emergency identify, that's your guy. You can replace the book over a course of a short rest by using your wizardry quill to write arcane signs on a blank book or a magical book which you attune to. At the long rest, your spellbook consciousness is summoned to the new book, which the consciousness transforms into your spellbook. 6th level, you get Manifest Mind. So you can conjure the mind of an awakened spellbook as a bonus action while the book is in your person. You can cause the mind to manifest as a tiny object. When manifest, the spectral mind can hear or see, it has a dark vision of 60 feet. It can telepathically share what you see and hears without any action. When you cast a spell on your turn, you can cast it in its place instead of your own. It's kind of like the Trickery Cleric's ability, but it's always there. Um, you can do this number of time per day equal to a proficiency bonus, and you can regain all expended use when you finish a long rest. So you can, so you can probably use some of your touch spell without actually getting close. If you're willing to do that to your spell book. It's technically incorporeal, right? Yeah. So you can as a bonus action, you can cast it to the spectral mind to hover up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that it can see. It can pass through creatures but not objects. They stop manifesting if it's over 300 feet away from you. If someone casts dispel magic, if the book is destroyed or you die, or you cast a new spectral mind as a bonus action. But you can do this once per long rest, unless you spell a spell slot of any level to conjure it again. Alright, 10th level. This is the most worthy one so far, so that's fine. 10th level, Master Scrivener. Whenever you finish a long rest, you can create one magic scroll by touching your wizardry scroll on a blank piece of paper or parchment, and causing one spell from Awakened Spellbook to be copied to the scroll. Spellbook must be that's fine. Must be a first or second level with a casting time of 1 action. Once in the scroll, the spell power is enchant and counts as 1 level higher than normal. Great. And you get cast a spell from the scroll by reading it as an action. It's unintelligible to anyone else, and it vanishes from the scroll when you cast it or finish your next long rest. So basically, you can just prepare some extra spell slots, essentially. So if you know there's a few spells you're going to cast a lot on that day, just make a few spell scrolls. Well, 1 spell scroll. You're also adept at crafting spell scrolls, which the gold and time you must make to create such a scroll is halved if you use your wizardry core, which I don't know anyone that ever made a scroll, so there's that. Alright, finally at 14th level, one with the word. Your connection to so you have advantage on all arcana checks when the book is on your person. That's fine. When you take damage while your spellbook mind is manifest, you can prevent all of that damage by using a reaction to dismiss the spectral mind. You then roll 3d6. The spellbook temporarily loses spells of your choice that have the combined level of that. So if you roll like 18 on 3d6, you would have to choose 18 level worth of spells. So that could be 6 third level spells, 3 6 level spells, or etc. If you don't have enough spells in the book to cover this cost, you drop to 0 hit points. Until you finish 1d6 long rest, you're incapable of casting the lost spells, even if you find them on a scroll in a different spellbook. They reappear after you finish the amount of long rest, so it's not long lost. I think before the playtest game they have it so that if you die, you lose them permanently, and you regain them. You have to just get them back the traditional way. But this one, it comes back after a while. So it's more of an emergency thing where you don't want to instant die, I guess. Again, losing some spell is better than dying. But overall, I think this is very good design. It's everything you want from a wizard and more. Having an extra mind to essentially be able, you can essentially extend the amount of the range you have, and you get a free scout essentially. And overall, just good stuff. So I would put it in. Oh god, that's my limit of where I can go. a bit above obduration. Maybe not a bit above blazing, but it's not at the, nah, it's not at the busted level yet, but it is. It's just good. Alright, 2 left. Penultimate of all of them. Transmutation, the final of the school spells. So transmutation, turning things, modifying things, energy and matter, etc. So second level we get minor alchemy. This is a weird ability because it rarely comes into play. You can turn one substance into other. So for each 10 minutes you spend performing a procedure, you can turn up to 1 cubic foot of material from wood, stone, but not a gemstone, iron, copper, or silver into another of those materials. After 1 hour or until you lose your concentration, the material reverts to an original substance. I can't think of much situation where you can use this. I guess something like turning iron or stone into wood would make it much easier to break down. That's like the only situation I can really think of. Unless there's like some chemistry stuff that I can't think of at the moment with copper and silver and iron. Wood is easy to burn down, I guess. That's another thing. Alright, 6th level. Something much better. Transmutations. It's Transmutator Stone. You can spend 8 hours creating a Transmutator Stone. And you can either give it to yourself or give it to another creature. When you have the stone, when you or them have the stone, they have either, well, you choose it when you create the stone, basically. You can choose either dark vision of 60 feet, increase the speed to 10 feet, proficiency in constitution saving throw, the good one, resistant to acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage, also decent. You probably want the proficiency in constitution saving throw. Each time you cast a transmutation spell 1st level or higher, you can change the effect stored in your person. So, no loss there. So, great, good ability. 10th level, Shape Changer. You add Polymorph to your spellbook. You can cast Polymorph without expending a spell slot, but only to yourself and a beast whose challenge rating 1 or lower. I don't know any situation why you need to do that unless you want to be like a fish for like it's not combat orientated. Like if you need to fly or swim, that's like the only reason I can think of. You can do this once per short or long rest. Although you can cast it normally with a spell slot. Just especially with the limitation of only yourself. Finally, 14th level, Master Transmutator. You can use your Transmutation Stone, explode it, destroy the stone, but you can for 1 major effect. So either transform 1 non-magical object, no larger than 5 foot cube, into another non-magical object of similar size and mass and equal or less value. You can remove all curses, disease, or poison affecting a creature and regains all its hit point. You can cast Raise Dead on a creature you touch with the Transmutation Stone without expending a spell slot or having the spell. And you can reduce the apparent age of a creature by 3d10 to a minimum of 13. I don't know what this is for. The effect doesn't extend to a creature's lifespan. I guess that's just more like traditionally that's what a Transmutation Stone does. Overall, some good abilities there, some bad ones. Second and 10 level, pretty bad. 6 and 14, the Transmutator Stone stuff is good. So with that in mind, I'm afraid to say, with the condolence to my screen, is going in B. Probably lower end of B. Conjurations, probably as it's a bit better than Conjuration. Sure. There. Alright, now you can't see what else we have. Too bad, there's only one thing left. War Magic. So, War Magic is technically a combination of both Evocation and Abjuration. It's... Honestly, some people consider this more the Wizard Plus rather than the Stripes. So this is more like, or even the quintessential Wizard, because it just makes you a better Wizard, I guess. So what does it have? It has Arcane Deflection. So when you are hit by an attack or fail a saving throw, you can either use your reaction to gain a +2 to your AC or gain a +4 to that saving throw. Whenever you use that, you can't cast cantrip until you can't cast anything other than cantrip until the end of your next turn. So depends on if you already have a concentration spell up. There's no point. There's no point in you casting anything. Well, casting cantrip is probably one of your better choices for the next turn. There's nothing. You're not losing too much there. That's what I'm trying to say. Alright, and then you get Tactical Wit. So similar to Chronology, you get a plus initiative roll to your initiative modifier, intelligence modifier. You get a bonus to your initiative roll equal to your intelligence modifier, which, you know, always good for a wizard to go first. 6th level, Power Surge. This one is a bit weird. So you can store power if you counter spell or dispel magic successfully into one Power Surge. You can store a number maximum equals to your intelligence modifier, and you also gain 1 if you end a short rest with no Power Surge. You can once per turn deal damage to a creature with an object, a creature or object with a wizard spell. You can use 1 Power Surge to do extra force damage equals to half your wizard level. Sure. 10th level, Durable Magic. When you maintain concentration on a spell, you have +2 to AC and all saving throw. Very good. Very simple, very good. 14th level, Deflecting Shroud. When you use your Arcane Deflection, so the +2 and +4, you can cause magic energy to arc from you. Up to 3 creatures of your choice within 60 feet. Takes force damage equals to half your level. Meh, pretty meh. But also, I guess free damage. There's some good stuff here. 2nd level, the Arcane Deflection and the Durable Magic. I guess with the Deflection Shroud, there's a bonus to it. Is good. Power Surge is very weird, especially it feels like it belongs to a different class. Because it's just reliant on Dispel Magic counterspell, and then it gives you a surge that doesn't interact with anything other abilities you have. You can use it to do some extra damage. Is about so, but there's some good stuff there. So, oh no, I probably have to give it an A. Is it better than Invocation? Probably. Is it better Enchantment? Probably. Not better than Abjuration, I wouldn't say. I think Abjuration's better. Oh, I haven't moved that Luna thing for a while. I forgot. I will put it. Well, considering I might move. Sure, let's put it there. And finally, move this Luna over. I'll shrink myself. And that is it. I've ranked all of it. Yay! This is all subclass in D&D currently official ones, from best to worst. Am I going to go through it and shuffle a bit? Maybe, but I won't do it on stream. if I do, I'm gonna make a video that's exclusively on. I'm gonna clickbait it and be like, best to worst subclass in Baldur's Gate 3, but I'm going to talk about only the TTRPG version, which might piss some people off because fourth element is at the bottom when some people might enjoy four elements. Wild magic sorcerer. What else is in there? Berserker's in there. Death cleric? I don't remember. Assassin might be in there. Anyway, I'm going to go wash up and relax. Thanks for watching. If you are seeing this afterwards, thanks for sticking around for so long. This has been way longer than I thought it would take, but I'm happy I've done it. I'm always happy to talk about D&D. It's better than my first live stream where my throat just started dying, and I think I'm training my throat to be better. Anyway, I'm gonna go. Bye!